Hey, hello, everybody. Looks like people slowly come in here. Hang on. All right, no background me. All right, I'll give people a few minutes to hop in here before I dig into the explanation and some of the information that we found. Slowly hopping over. All right, welcome, everybody. It looks like YouTube's like a little bit behind. Here we go. People are starting to jump in. Hey, Venera, Casey. Yes, we are here now. I wish I could set these up to where it would just transition into the live stream, but it makes you click right above the video. Hello. Try the T. Welcome,
everybody.
And I really love that those comments that you were making. Try the T. I agree with you 100%. I think that I don't know if it has to do with where I grew up. I don't know if it has to do with me being in sales. I'm not really sure, but you know, we just accept everybody. We're here for everybody, every content creator. If you're a content creator and you're watching us, man, we support you. We'd love to talk with you. There are hundreds of billions of views on YouTube, and there's enough room for everybody without any infighting, without any negativity. You know, I want to wake up in the morning and I want to wake up happy, feeling like I have a whole bunch of people on my side, you know, and negativity like that just doesn't do that. So, yeah, people are amazing. You know, I think that a lot of times we gotta figure out how to get to a point where we can see all the positivity in people, you know, and just understand that we all have negative aspects and issues. But it looks like this might be a little bit of a smaller stream tonight. I know a lot of content creators are talking about this tonight.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there are a lot of live streams about this tonight. So, but that's okay. We will dig into it, and I'm sure people will watch a lot of it on the replay. I'm going to have to, at one point, I will have you take over, and I will find that link to just some of that evidence we found of Odinism being in that area. So, oh, it started automatically for you? That's awesome. That's what I was hoping for. So, yes, they are. They are. Absolutely. That's what Casey was saying, and that's awesome too. It sounds like they are approaching that conversation of difference in a really positive way, which is amazing. You know, I think that Lana is an incredible content creator, and she commented on some of our Dr. Moore videos, which I would say she takes like more of that sleuth type approach where we are more of a talk show and learning the different cases and walking people through it and all of that stuff. So all right, with Odinism, I'm going to give the brief rundown, and then if I say anything wrong, though, you clarify it, because we found a little bit of differences from the last time that we had talked about this. And the last conversation we had about this was actually immediately following Drip Drop's video, where he happened to find a connection between Odinism and the Idaho4, which is insane, you know. And it was right after this video here where, give me 1 second. I'm actually going to pull it up. It was right here. This video right here. So we covered the Idaho4 Northwest slasher, and we put this video out literally like 12 hours before Drip Drop put his video out. And the approach we took on the Idaho4 Northwest slasher video was talking through the connections of at least 3 cases. And you guys, I found even more case connections, but I think those connections are not connected to the same suspect, but they are connected to the same belief system, because there's some minor differences in the way that the crimes had been completed or the way that they were done, but there's still a heavy focus on and or around threes. And I mean, we're talking very similar dates, very similar times. The way that it was done was similar, but with some minor differences. Now, the Idaho4 Northwest slasher, I 100% believe that was one suspect. I believe wholeheartedly that that was one person, and you can see the evolution in their crimes going from number 1, which was Sandra Ladd, and ultimately leading up to the newest crime of theirs, which was the Idaho4. Too many similarities. There's statistically, there's no way you could have 2 separate people do an identical crime like that in the same exact fashion. It just isn't possible. So we talked on all of that. And then 12 hours later, Drip Drop releases a video. Where is it? Here, I'll pull up the... Drip Drop releases this video right here, and this gives the belief system, like the thing we were missing for the Northwest slasher information. When this released, it was literally like, you know, the sky opened up here and there was a beat of light shining on my brain, you know, letting me know like, whoa, this is what's going on here. And again, if you guys are new, first time watchers, welcome. I'm Brendan, she's Malia, and make sure that you check out some of these videos that we're talking about after the live stream to get all caught up on what we're talking about. But he made the connections with Odinism, and that caused me to start diving into exactly what it is. So I'll give you guys the rundown of what it is that we found with Odinism. So Odinism is a belief system, okay? Odinism is not a cult. However, what Odinism stems from is a asatru is how it's pronounced, right? Asatru.
It's asatru.
Asatru. Okay, so Odinism stems from asatru, okay? You can't have one without the other. So if you're an Odinist, you're an asatruist. If you're a Satru, you're not necessarily Odin. So there are a group of gods in a Satru, and that group of gods are the older gods. You're talking Odin, Thor, what are a few other ones? Freya, Frigg, Tyr, Loki, Heimdall. And those are the gods that these asatruists believe in, and they pray to them, they worship them in the same way that the Vikings did. One of those gods is Odin, okay? And Odin had, along the timeline of the gods here, separated himself from the gods and sided with humans. He believed that humans were more into what he wanted and what he was doing, and he sought knowledge and just knowledge for the humans, and went on a path to try and figure out how to gain all this extra knowledge. And one of the things that he ended up doing was sacrificing himself for knowledge for humans, which is what the gods didn't want. And all of this is what Odinists and Asatruists believe, okay? Now, when he did that is when Odinism had started. They started ignoring the other gods and worshiping directly to Odin in this situation. And that has since created this belief system. Now, another interesting fact is in like 1462 is when the newer like group or congregation of Odinism started coming out, where according to the story, according to the story, there was this mom and her two sons, and the father wasn't in the picture, and Christians had pinned her as a witch. So they show up at her house, they arrest her, and they burn her at the stake. And she was an asatruist, and the Christians made her two sons watch them burn her and then proclaim that they were Christians going forward. Well, they did that to save their lives, and obviously watching your mom burned at the stake is awful. Why would you follow people that did something like that? So they started forming asatruist groups Odinist groups in back rooms, so in the dark, and they started growing this religion. And this religion, according to them, is protecting the bloodline, an untainted bloodline stemming Christ. So all the way back to before, our calendar had turned over to 1 AD or whatever it is. They have a bloodline that comes all the way from back then. And Odinists believe that they are the keepers of that bloodline. And it's turned into what it is today. Did I miss anything?
So I can't find that story necessarily that you're talking about, but I do know that the Vikings, when confronted with Christians, when Christians first encountered the Vikings did not have a name for their religion. They did not call themselves a
satirist.
Yeah.
Yep.
Or Odinists. They called it the old way. So Odinism and asatru or asatru or whatever, it comes from modern days. It is a continuation. It's an extension of Old Norse mythology, folklore, the religion. So you have asatruists who worship all the gods equally, and then you have Odinists who really look just mainly to Odin but believe in all of the gods.
Yep.
Now, where this comes into Delphi that I think could possibly be some evidence that it is a possibility that Abby and Libby were sacrificed is...
And hello, everyone. I'm sorry. We forgot to do that. Hiroshima, Try the T, Casey, Madison, Annie.
You said hi in the beginning.
Did I? Okay.
Yeah, you did.
Oh, yeah. Venera, Cynthia. Hello, everybody.
Hi. Hey, Ann. Hey, Casey. Hiroshima. Interesting name. So I wanted to know, why focus on Odin? Because when we're talking this white supremacist takeover of Odinism, when we're talking about these groups like the Odinic Rite and things like that, it's really a perversion. They believe in all these things, but they also believe in all these white supremacist things. Like, you have to be white to get into Valhalla. And yes, the bloodline and preserving the white race is a big thing, which it is with all races.
Yep. And you should have seen the argument we got in over it. We were trying to figure this out, and I had contradicting information and she did, and it
wasn't really contradictory. I just think you're drawing this stark line that asatruists are Odinists, and I see they believe in the same things, but the per se white racist nationalist people have additional beliefs on top of it, and that's just all I was trying to get to. So the Odinic Rite, asatruists, as you can see in that picture, they do what's called blot, where it's like it's a like a little sacrifice. Basically, they consecrate the grounds, they cleanse it,
They
and
drink
then
from their horn.
they drink from their horn, and then they give a symbolic offering like wine, mead, or beer, and that's the sacrifice. They don't really
symbolic though.
Symbolic
Like,
sacrifice.
highlight that, because if it's not symbolic, that would be a life sacrifice there. That's what it is.
This isn't about sacrificing a life. Like, blot is not representative of sacrificing a life. Okay.
So
sacrifice can be anything. You are giving something up.
Right. But so nowadays, but before it was all life, because what kept you, when that's the stuff that I was reading, what kept everyone alive back then was your goats, your cows, your food. So when you went to go sacrifice something, most times it was sacrificing some of your food, because that's like the most important thing. If you're out living in the brush and the bush, the most important thing is going to be your food and water, right? Everything else is man-made, created, things of that nature. So most of the time, a sacrifice did end up being an animal. And I think that's where we find the overlap in today's Odinists, where, you know, you have people that they believe are being sacrificed for what, to gain favor of their god Odin. And I think that's important to highlight that. And I think that is the connection that the defense is trying to draw between Abby and Libby.
Okay, I do not think, if these girls are sacrificed, it was magic. Okay, and I know that sounds insane, but it was not to gain favor of any god. It was, if you have done any readings into Anton LaVey, then you know what I'm talking about when I say magic.
Yeah.
Okay, so
you're gonna lose people there.
But that's what it's, okay. It's called Satyr, is what it's called with Odinists.
Right, and that's just gaining favor with the gods.
It's not gaining favor, it's gaining knowledge.
Yeah, with the gods. That's what they're asking for, is for the gods to give them extra knowledge and favor. That's what all of these rites are.
If you read into a Satyr or Odinist or at all, Satyr is a huge part of it, which is considered sorcery and magic involving the runes.
Right.
The runes each have magical abilities that are for like protection and other various things.
Yes.
That's literally what they call it. Satyr is magic.
I think that we're saying the same thing, but the important factor of that is the driving force behind the runes and the magic in what they believe is the gods.
Yes, right.
So
of course.
they are doing that to the gods, and all those things only work if the gods will it.
But did you know that Odin literally said himself, according to the mythology, that they are not gods?
Yeah.
That they die like anyone else.
Yes.
That they're very strong, but they die like
according
people.
To their mythology or whatever. Yes. And that's one thing that the new Odinists have very wrong. That's where you see some of that twist in that belief system, is when you have a satirist, based on everything that I've read, and you guys, we intentionally didn't like compare notes before we came on here. We're going to work through this stuff together and talk through it together. So a satirist believe like that they're investing their time and their belief system and their sacrifice into the idea of the gods, which ultimately empower them as humans, being a direct representation of the gods, because the gods looked like the humans. They were one and the same, but the gods were, you know, lived in Valhalla somewhere else and made decisions over the people. It's a really hard idea to follow, because the gods are real, but they're not to them. It's like they are praying to the idea of the gods in these situations.
Hey, Hot Ham, I saw you're a new member. That's awesome. Thanks. And J Ray, hey Ian. I know. I read that comment.
That's
I had
funny.
to giggle a little. But I'm really just trying to get into the like the possibility of this. Like, get into the heads of somebody who could do this.
That's why we got to talk about
in
it.
the defense's memorandum, and I think we would be doing a huge disservice to not at least think of this as a possibility and how something like this could happen.
No, we won't. We won't.
Yeah, we do perceive things differently a lot of times, and we'll be arguing the same thing, but he can't let it go.
Yeah.
So,
no, it's not that I can't let it go. It's just I can't let my opinion go. If I believe something, the only way that I'm going to be able to change my opinion is if I have some kind of evidence that is going to change my opinion. Yeah, but when we're arguing the
same thing, it shouldn't matter.
Yeah.
So anyway,
but
so I've seen a lot of, I've watched and read a lot. People are speculating that the way the runes are positioned and everything, alleged runes in the Abby and Libby case at the crime scene on their bodies in the tree, that it's basically a Hail Odin.
Yeah.
And also,
I have some questions about that.
Can you pull up the picture of the way the sticks are supposedly arranged?
Yep. Yep.
Just real quick.
Oh, you know what? I will use our video actually. Hang on here.
Yeah, put it in theater mode then. Go to the one that has both. The ones that are from Court TV and the ones that are supposedly from that other source.
Yeah.
It's not that far in. That's the F. Right there. You just missed it.
Okay.
Theater mode.
Gotcha.
Is that big enough?
Yep. People can see it, I think.
Okay. They should have increased the contrast on the Court TV ones. I feel like it's not stark enough. Anyway. So if you look at Abby, okay, which Abby is the one on the left who supposedly has the horns. People are saying it looks the way Odin looked hanging from the tree of the world.
Yep, here.
Which I have to admit, it's kind of like, it's kind of intense when you look up that picture. It kind of does look like that a little bit.
Yep, here we go.
Okay, I don't know if that's...
So, yes, it is. This is a recreation of Odin hanging from the tree of the worlds. Obviously, there's no way for us to know for sure what it looked like, but according to Odinists, and that's why it's so important that we try and get in the headspace and mindset of these Odinists by understanding where the background is, where the belief system stems from, and where these ideas are coming from, that we understand why they could be the focal point in looking at suspects for this horrible crime that happened, right? And the similarities are so eerily similar, you guys. And one thing I do want to point out too is what is kind of crazy is that the story of Odin is almost... Oh, go ahead. Just think of Jesus Christ when we're talking about this, okay? And look for the similarities. It is eerily similar in the story. I'm not committing to one is right and one's not or anything like that. I respect and love all religion and belief systems, but just think of that. So
yeah, I mean, thinking of that, it has no relevance to the Abby and Libby case, though. Like it being eerily similar to Jesus's sacrifice, it just is a separate thing to think about, because it doesn't really have anything to do with the crime scene.
No, it doesn't. But if we're trying to get into the head of suspects, I think that understanding all of those details are very important. Absolutely. I think knowing any of those things are very important. Understanding why a huge group of people could believe that this is a real religion and invest their entire lives into this religion. Understanding that, I wonder if they believe that Odin has some sort of similarity or connection to Christ. I mean, you guys, the story of Odin hanging from the tree, based on all the evidence and research we did, he takes a spear to the ribs. He takes a spear to the ribs and sacrifices himself.
So the story of Odin is he was basically in pursuit of knowledge of the runes and all things. Basically, he just wanted knowledge. He was extremely thirsty for knowledge. Okay, so he sacrificed his eye into a well, and then he threw himself on his spear and hung himself from the tree of the worlds for 9 days, and he explored the 9 realms where he gained knowledge of the runes and supposedly which god here. Okay, so yeah, he sacrificed his eye in Mimir's well, threw himself on his spear Gungnir in a symbolic ritual self-deletion. He then hung himself on the Tree of Life, or the Tree of Worlds. Its name, Tree of Life, it says that here, but that doesn't actually make sense in the exact translation.
Hold on. What are you talking about, Joseph? I'm just curious what you meant by that. I'll try and read some other messages. Maybe I missed something when we were giving stories, but
I don't think this is a cult. I think the memorandum and the defense shouldn't have said that.
Oh, I do. I do think it's a cult.
Because I don't think it's a cult per se. When you think of a cult as in Waco, Texas, okay? Like a place that doesn't let people leave, that, you know what I mean, has this hierarchy and this specific leader. I don't think it's that kind of cult. Like, we're not talking about a very organized cult. We're talking about a group of people who worship this religion and are essentially criminals and racists.
I don't know. No, I don't
Odinist.
Agree. I think
Odinism is not a cult. It is a legit religion, but it's being twisted and used.
No. I think those need to be looked at two different things. I think that's really important that people see these as two different things. So,
what do you mean?
Yes, I do believe, based off all the research and everything I've done over the last 3 days, is there is absolutely a cult of Odinists. But again, I think it's important that we go back to the description of exactly what that is. There can be Odinists, which are cult members, but there can also be Odinists that are just believe that Odin is their god, who they pray to, worship, and seek to gain favor with. But I think that when you bring in the factor of the race, right? Because we are talking about racist Odinists and Asatruists. That's where this comes from. And that's why we're bringing up all of these details about where the beliefs come from in the past and everything else. I absolutely believe that it is considered a cult. 100%. Okay. I think that the FBI's definition of cult is too loose, in my opinion. We see that with some of these. We see that with some of these.
Loose?
Oh, absolutely. It is way too loose. That's why that we see some of those LDS groups that split off, that get to function for a decade before they come in there and the FBI takes them down, when in reality, the entire time that those beliefs have been around for that decade should have been considered a cult and taken down for the safety of the general public. We are seeing those kinds of belief systems in this situation where you have a group of people which have adopted Odinism and Asatruism, and taken it into their understanding and twisted and manipulated it into looking. It's probably as simple as this, and this is why I think it's a cult. Is I think that they looked at old pictures like this, where every single picture is of a white person, and they think, oh, all the gods were white. So in order for this to be as true as it could be to our past and heritage, everybody needs to be white. That is a cult type belief system.
I mean, it's a racist system, and racism has existed for a very long time. And everyone who was racist wasn't in a cult. But if you look at this image, all the images of, okay, look at this Odin hanging from the tree, okay? He has horns, okay? They had horns on Abby. His leg is bent. That's super important.
Very.
Super, super important. The way his body's hanging there with the horns and the leg bent is super important, which also is a painting painted by a man in the memorandum who the defense considers a mega suspect. Like, extremely suspicious. And that man, if you were following the Delphi murders in like the beginning years, then you saw a web sleuth attacking this man because he looks a lot like Bridge Guy.
Yes.
A lot. And he has a hat that looks just like it.
Yep.
And he was taunting everybody. And he is connected to people who literally are all Odinists. He's an Odinist. People around him are Odinists. And one man who's associated with him admitted to the murders to his sister.
Yep.
And it's all in the memorandum. I'd like to read it. And he also literally painted an image like this of Odin and posted it to Facebook, and images of dead girls in a forest with sticks on them in the shape of runes. So, I mean, that's incredibly suspect to me. But the way that this Odin is positioned in this painting is, I mean, when you look at the bodies, it's so similar. It's kind of insane. But anyway, what is T.R.L? ThoughtRiot Live.
Yes.
Carson Daly can be the head of a cult.
Dude.
That's funny.
I think it's totally a cult, 100%. I think that, especially if there is a connection to Idaho4, how can it not be a cult when you have multiple people? Look, a cult can literally be a few people. There's no reason why a cult could not be 6 or 7 people. A cult is a dangerous belief system. Here, let's pull up the definition so I'm not just flying off the handle here.
Do you know that Odin has even been... So I thought it was interesting. So this whole idea of like you have to be white to get to Valhalla is so absurd, because the reason the images are so white is because the Vikings were white, not because they were trying to exclude anybody.
But they were all white, and that's important to say.
Most of them were.
They made their way down to Africa.
Yes.
Took slaves because not because they were black. I just want to be clear. They took slaves everywhere they went. They took Christian slaves. They took slaves from everywhere. And what's interesting is after they brought them back to their society and let them work off, like, I guess their slave ship or slavehood, like whatever you want to call it. Yeah, like a time served for fighting against them. They freed them and allowed them to become active member of societies. And if you look up like bodies that they found in that area, they have found other races that were part of the Viking culture. 100%, like, not arguable. So
yeah,
it's a twisted idea. That idea is so twisted that you have to be a certain color.
Yeah.
you know?
But what I was going to say, an interesting fact that I thought was so strange, like when the god of your religion, like Odin is essentially the leader of the gods. That's all he is. But so it says that he was accused of unmanly behavior when he beat the drum and practiced prophecies, something that was associated with women. The fact that he was a seer and a man provoked disgust.
Yeah.
With some people. Isn't that a weird thing to have in like your religion? Like, I don't know.
Yes.
It's just an odd thing that I came across.
No, I agree 100%. And I think that's why for me, it's so important that I get in the heads of this belief system. That's why I wanted to come on here and talk about the background. I think it is so important that we understand where this belief system is coming from, because it's so foreign. It is so foreign from what we believe to be average society, right? And if you look at the basis, the outline of this belief system, it is not that foreign. It's honestly like most other belief systems, but it's different names, different background stories, different ways of worshiping by giving sacrifice, whether it's, you know, things. I don't want to say people, because the asatruists that are around today obviously aren't doing sacrifice like that. It has since changed, and they have adopted, you know, the more mainstream ideas of society. But
yeah. So anyway, for anybody who's joined since, we're going over Odinism or Asatruism, and discussing how it could possibly be connected to the Delphi cases, trying to take like an honest look at it, get in the heads of people who would commit this, because there's several people alleged in the memorandum, and the evidence is astonishing.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, no one wants to believe this, and I didn't want to believe it, because it's, come on.
I know, I laughed when I first saw it.
Yeah, when I first saw it, I laughed at how ridiculous it sounded, because my first take was that, hey, that is a funny way for the defense to approach painting their defendant in a positive light and image. But then when you actually dig into this, it is so insane. Will you send me that link so I can pull it up?
Oh yeah, I can send it to you.
It's so insane, the evidence backing these claims. Like, how do you have an officer that is wearing one of these Odin patches? Like, I don't know about you guys, but I had family in law enforcement and known a few people in law enforcement, very close people to, you know, my family. And you have to put your patches on in a very specific way. Most of the time, they make you get them washed at a specific place. They have a patch worker that is like the police force patch worker, and they have everything in a very specific placement that you are not allowed to deviate from at all. So how are these guys allowed to wear "I hate people" and the Odinist patch on their work uniform?
You got me. And as soon as they knew that they were being, you know, looked at for that, they immediately stopped wearing them.
Did you send it?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
So I found, you know, several websites that are for Odinist, by Odinist, that talk about their religion. And I wanted to find out, because I saw somebody who was supposedly a cult expert and religion expert and talking about this.
Give the definition of.
So a cult is a system of religious veneration
and
devotion directed toward a particular figure or object, a relatively small group of people having religious beliefs or practices regarded by others as strange or sinister.
Yeah. And I would say that this is sinister. I absolutely think that this could be classified as a cult. Now, understand, this is the Oxford language definition. So there's going to be some variance to this depending on where you look at and what you look at. But here, let me pull up the FBI version.
What I was going to say is, unfortunately, most of the websites and people who talk about Odinism, and they use the word Odinism, a lot of them, as I dug into them, were a part of like these racist ideologies. That doesn't mean all of them are at all, but most of them were.
Yeah, I think it's important that we draw a really hard line and define the difference between those two things. These people aren't bad people because they're Odinist or a Satruist. They're bad people because they have twisted a certain belief system to make themselves feel like they can go out there and do this horrible crime, horrible thing to these two young girls, and it's all in the name of their God.
Oh, thank you, Amanda. It's okay. Don't worry about being late.
Is Amanda?
You're just on time.
Oh, hey.
I just pulled up your email.
Yeah, Amanda's been digging into this too. Joel Osteen. Yeah, I just don't think it's a cult because I think what these guys are a part of is a cult. I don't think, like what Malia was saying, the Asatruist or Odinist, that isn't a cult, but this group, this faction that we're seeing that just happens to be involved in all these different crimes and potentially murders that happened on the 13th, where 3 is a very important number to them. I absolutely think that that's considered a cult, 100%. And the only way to understand why they think that doing a crime like this benefits them and their cult beliefs is getting into the heads of them. Wait.
Yeah, Amanda, this is a good email, and I see what you're saying. So, when I was looking into this and I was trying to get in the heads of why someone would sacrifice, because clearly, if this is connected, yeah, so the original 24 runes, okay, I don't know what that is.
But look,
it doesn't, it's got to be combined.
Down.
I see what you're saying, but it's got to, it's not a part of the original 24. So there were some added later on. This kind of
matches that, though, the one we were looking for and couldn't find. This could be the antlers.
No, I was looking for one that looked like an asterisk.
Yeah, this kind of does. Except, like, if you connect these two here, boom, boom, wouldn't that be it?
I don't know. I'm not sure, but there's the original 24 that come from the old way that, you know, it's been lessened over time. Each have a meaning, each have their own sound, each are a letter of their alphabet. So when I was digging into it, and Amanda, I do believe that there's a lot of symbolism with, you know, Odin's self-sacrifice and Abby and Libby. Abby is the one that looks, so basically what people are saying is Libby looks like she's doing a hail, okay? Like salute. And Abby is the Odin part. So it's like hail Odin. I don't know what the F supposedly is a rune that means like cattle. Here, let me go to the rune definitions real quick. Cattle, wealth, fulfillment, power, material gains, greed. There's so many different meanings, but that's just for that one. That F, that's it. But when I was looking into it, I found out that satyr is their term for magic, Amanda. And it's incredibly important to a Satyruist, Odinist, like it's important to all of them, but specifically to certain organizations within this religion, like the Odinic Rite, which is the Brotherhood. And there are a few different brotherhoods and organizations within it that really focus on Satyr magic. But Amanda, I feel like your email definitely hits the nail on the head. This was clearly, if it's real, was some kind of ritual. See, back in the old way, okay, like way back when in the Viking days, supposedly they only sacrificed humans in dire situations.
Yeah, but
like
I think it was a human sacrificing themselves.
Right.
Yeah.
They sacrificed themselves in extremely dire situations.
Yeah.
Other than that, I mean, it was almost unheard of. And the only real evidence we have of that is from the bogs, which it's the peat bogs. And we don't even have confirmation of that. There's like the only things we really know of the old way are from what Christians wrote when they encountered it. That's literally it. And I think there are spoken traditions among people who practiced it in hiding. But other than that, we don't know much. Now, I did try to reach out to some Odinists in Europe that seem like they may come from lineage that goes back to then. I haven't got a response yet. I didn't tell them that it was because of this. I just asked like that I wanted to talk about it and know about it, which is what I want to do. Hopefully they will respond. But
where's that link I sent with? Is this it? I think this is it.
What?
That link that shows at least some sort of connection to the area.
You don't even need it. You just look up the profile, no? Or bring up pictures from it.
I don't know.
We can just talk. We can just talk about it.
I'm just gonna share a little bit of it, or maybe we'll just go into it.
So when Brendan didn't believe this, when it first got brought up, okay.
I'm debating on whether we should do another video and just put it on there or not, and look at some other.
He didn't believe it at all, and he started looking to see if there was any evidence of Odinists in Indiana, and he found something.
Yeah. We found stuff, and it's
Satyr is S-A is it I-D-R? I think it's S-A-I-D-R. I'm pretty sure. Hold on, I have to pull it back up. But so when we filmed this video, I was like, I can't find runes that actually look like this. Like, I was like, I was starting to be like, I don't really believe it, you know, because I feel like the runes besides the F's the only thing that matches. And then as I looked into it more, I was like, oh, like actually, it's more than that. It's not just like just runes.
Yeah.
But I think we should pull up the memorandum now.
Yeah. Hold on. I'm just trying to find that one spot, which it kind of looks like it's.
All I can say that if this stuff, okay, is true.
Bro, that's a different.
Then there has to be, I feel like, collusion from people higher up to hide it because they ignore it so many times. It's either some kind of cognitive dissonance where they just can't even, you know what I mean, go there in their heads. Like, this is so dumb, nobody's gonna believe us. Or
a different,
they intentionally disregarded it.
Yeah.
See, okay, that's another thing. Cynthia, sounds like Odin was high on psychedelics. So it's a thing in Odinism where they enter a trance-like state so that they can go to these supposed other realms and stuff. It's kind of crazy, but they do it through chants and stuff. And what do you want to bet? Some also take psychedelics. Like, it just sounded like such a psychedelic experience to me, these rituals.
They changed the background of the video.
No, it pops up in there when they're showing the town. It's right there.
But she was talking in front of that before. Yeah,
not from the picture. Not from the picture you sent me.
Yeah. But anyways, there is a heavy presence in that area. I guess I can just pull up that little bit here. I'll send it.
So the definition of Satyr is a form of Norse magic and divination that involves trance-like states, chanting, and other techniques to communicate with the spiritual realm. It is often associated with the goddess Freya, and it is considered a powerful and sacred practice. So when I was talking about Odin being like people being disgusted with him or other gods being disgusted with him, it's because he learned Satyr, and it said magic of prophecy. He learned it from Freya.
Yep. I wonder if there's
he essentially became
a
seer. He essentially became a seer.
And that was only considered to be a feminine thing through them? Okay, that's interesting.
Until Odin basically broke the rules.
That's super interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me see here. Ooh, that is not a great picture. I need to see if I can make that better.
So Odin is associated with magic and sorcery, particularly the practice of Satyr, a form of Norse divination and shamanic magic. Satyr involves entering trance-like states to communicate with the spiritual realm and gain insights. Odinists who are drawn to magic and mystical practices may be attracted to Odin's association with these aspects, which makes the specific worship of Odin and Odinists, like, that's why they don't call themselves a satirist.
Yeah.
It's because they're drawn to Odin for the magic, I think. And so there's also this guy that I found.
It's because they believe he sided with the humans.
I haven't found that story so far. I've looked it up specifically, and I can't find that.
So what I found, and I don't have, I should have saved that document and I didn't, but what I found was the reason why Odinists follow Odin is because he sided with the humans. So the other gods didn't want the humans to have this additional knowledge that they did. Odin believed that they should have that knowledge and went to bat against them. And they had something to do with him ending himself for humans, which, again, going back to other religions, it's very strange how similar that is to other religions out there. Somebody, sacrificing themselves for additional knowledge, belief, power, whatever, for the human race, and yeah, it's just what?
Yeah, Amanda, you're right. It is pronounced Sayer in.
Hold on. Let me just download this and then you can.
In like Norwegian and stuff, it is pronounced Sayer, but in English, it's pronounced Satyr. So the way they say Sayer, like the way they, I don't know, do their little spin on the Y, I can't do like with my mouth.
Sayer?
It's Sayer, but it's like
Seer?
It's like they do something. I don't know what it is. I can't make it sound right. So I'm just gonna say Satyr. And Ian, I also saw it pronounced cedar. Like, I don't know how to exactly pronounce it because every pronunciation I find is either Sayer, cedar, or Satyr. They're all different.
Yeah.
So Satyr is spelled A. Wait. I think it's SAIDR. Oh no, SEIDR. It's not A. SEIDR.
Okay, so
but the magic associated with Odin, I think, gives more weight with the Delphi case being part of it.
Okay, and here's just some information and proof here of this being in the general area. I apologize for the jump back thing. But this is in Delphi, you guys. This is in Delphi.
Yeah, Cynthia, it is insane. Trust me, I know, and I have felt kind of insane contemplating this in my mind.
I didn't think it was possible until I started finding stuff like this, you guys. Like, there are businesses in this area named after this belief system and or cult. That only happens when there's a reason, when there's a when there's something there to drive that desire to represent your belief system. You know what I mean? And there's people naming their businesses after it. And some of the work coming out of this is wild stuff, you guys.
Yeah, Amanda, that's true. He sacrificed his eye, and I have the link here that talks about it. He sacrificed it into a well and then threw himself on his spear. Where'd it go? Okay, it's Mimir's. It's M-I-M-I-R. It's M-I-M-I-R. Mimir?
Maybe.
Mimir, I think. Mimir's well and threw himself on Gungnir, his spear Gungnir. And it was a ritual. They say it's like a ritual self-deletion. Hung himself from Yggdrasil. I don't know how to pronounce that, but it's the tree of the worlds or the tree of life for 9 days and 9 nights in order to gain knowledge of other worlds and be able to understand the runes. And they say he traveled 9 different like realms or worlds. His sacrifice made him see visions and receive secret wisdom. The magical knowledge he gained made him able to cure the sick, calm storms, turn weapons against his attackers, make women fall in love, and render dangerous troll women harmless. Often with just a look.
Yeah.
He could just go with his eyes and troll women would fall to their knees. He was also a shapeshifter. He could fall into an ecstatic trance and send out his soul, allowing him to adopt the form of another person or animal. While his body lay in a trance, he could travel as a bird or 4-legged animal, a fish, a snake, through all the worlds and to far-off places. Interesting stuff. But that's why he's associated with Satyr so much, with magic. And I think that's why the Odinists picked him.
Yeah, I don't think there necessarily needs to be a like woo topic around it like magic, you know. I think that it's inherent in us people that we look for things to help us understand and make sense of the unknown, of things that we don't understand. And I think this is just another religion and or belief system that people can do that in. But what makes it cult-like and dangerous is the fact that they're bringing in all these negative elements like we saw over here, right? Where'd I put that definition at? The definition of, right here. Okay, so a relatively small group of people having religious beliefs or practices regarded by others as strange or sinister. A system of religious veneration and devotion directed towards a particular figure or object. It just needs to be a misplaced negative thing And that's what we're seeing here. Now, somebody asked a question, why do we believe that that sacrificing is a good thing? So what's interesting is, at least in Seder is what is it again? How's it pronounced again?
Seder.
Not Seder, the
Odinism?
Asatru. What they believe in Asatruism is that in order to sacrifice something, it has to be a negative thing to you. Okay, it has to negatively impact your life. You are sacrificing something from your life to the gods. Okay, so in this situation, I don't know if this was some sort of sacrifice. It would have to be somebody that's connected to them in some way, which maybe there is a connection, like we were talking about the race mixing aspect, which is absolutely horrible and disgusting. But if that is the reason they were targeted, that's a horrible reason. I think it's more likely what Malia is saying too, where it comes down to seeking the favor of the gods from this magic system that they believe in, which, don't get me wrong, is this tin hat? Absolutely. I should have on my tin hat right now. But when we go back to whatever is important to the suspect should be important to the people investigating it or looking into it. It can go as tin hat is as we can go, just as crazy as it can be, as far out as it can be, not even on Earth anymore, in outer space, floating around somewhere unknown. But if it's important to the suspect, then it's important to us. And we're finding these connections, okay? This is a business, you guys, right here. This is a business.
It's in downtown Delphi.
Yep, in downtown Delphi.
And what's funny is a lot of the men associated with this tattoo shop have bald heads and beards.
Yep.
Okay. A lot of the tattoos are horror.
Just to clarify, like I joked about in the video, obviously bald head and a beard doesn't mean that you're gonna be any of these things or you're anything bad.
We're just looking at red flags.
Yes, but for whatever reason, that is a traditional look for racist motivated groups of people, is bald and beard, with bikers, with punk rockers, the skinhead punks, with a lot of these people. So it doesn't mean that there's something shady going on with them because they have that. It just could mean that they're associated with other people in the area that have that look. And you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just don't want to offend anyone.
No, absolutely not. But I found a very, hold on, I was saving that.
Sorry.
So yes, Ian, I pulled this up. I didn't get to comment on it. You're right. I believe that's how it's actually spelled. And okay, so it's Sather. Sather is how it should actually be pronounced.
Sather. Okay, got it.
Am I saying it right?
Here, I'm gonna send some of the,
because I saw that spelling of it, but I didn't know how to pronounce the D with the strike. Thank you for that, Ian. Miss Ma'am. So this wouldn't be a positive type of sacrificing.
No.
It would be like, so what I believe, which I think Amanda's kind of on the same page as me, is that they're combining the occult with this. Okay. They're taking some things from the occult and applying it to Odinism, and also using Odinism's already built in, magic and all of that they believe in, which isn't inherently negative. It is positive, but they're perverting it. And in the occult, when we're talking about like dark kinds of sacrifices to benefit yourself only, nobody else, the more disgusting, the more vile, the more you gain. And yes, we mentioned troll women, Paw Patrol. That's super funny.
Okay, hang on here.
Interesting, Cynthia. Yeah, that would apply to kind of what I was just talking about. That's a good point out. That's a good call out. But Mike, yes. If you're gonna sacrifice livestock, you're expected to bring the best. The better the sacrifice, the better the reward. To white supremacists, what's more valuable to the white race than 2 young white girls? There's also, and when we read a few things from the memorandum here in a minute, they could have also justified this because they believed that one of the girls' mothers was race mixing. Okay.
Right.
So they could have also justified it because of that. It is crazy and confusing. Yeah, Mike. Right. Yikes is right, Hot Ham. I know.
I'm getting some of these pictures ready to show you guys. Just some.
This could potentially be way crazier than the Idaho4, okay? Saver, thank you, Ian. You saved me. Yeah, Mike, I don't know if I'm entirely buying it either. I just want to get into that state of mind to see if we can find, like, the sacrificing part. You're right, is sound. Like, it is. I think that the people, okay, in the memorandum are really what ties it together and makes me think it's more possible than I did before, just because all these things, okay, these coincidences, like if these people are all a part of a group, it would make sense. And it makes too much sense to be ignored.
Yeah, there's just too much connection to ignore it.
Yes, Norse and Odinism are one and the same. They believe in the same gods, but Odinism and Asatruism are a continuation of it because we don't have texts of the old way. Vikings didn't write this stuff down. They didn't even have a name for their religion until the Catholics came, and they just started calling it the old way. So what we really have that's written down is from monks and Christians who recorded it in history, which is obviously not going to be like super honest. They saw them as like savages and heathens, which they kind of embrace heathenism, but
okay, got them. So select.
Right, Amanda. It's not Harry Potter woo-woo fake magic, but real world magic with intention behind it. It's like, which, I mean, it's all surrounded by intention for real. But obviously they have the added element of the Odinism.
Okay. All right, I need to get a folder real quick and put these together.
Manifestation, Gary. That's a good one. What are you doing?
Oh. Showing some of the more questionable.
I thought we were going to pull up the memorandum.
Yeah, we can.
I mean, I can't go through it. I can't go through it while you're doing that, though. So, but
why isn't this pulling up? Hold on 1 second, you guys. The more I try to talk myself out of it and like convince myself it's not possible, the more stuff we find. It's really strange. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Okay, so it's
8,
I think it's called
9,
Thorn Seether
10,
is the
11,
the old way.
13,
That's what they originally
14.
called it.
Okay. Now, to so I was telling everyone while we were watching the premiere that you've been getting a lot of information from, you've been investigating a lot of the Asatruist, like the genuine fundamental parts of the religion.
Okay.
Have they made any comments, or have you attempted to bring up the Delphi information, the Delphi case?
Who?
You. What do you mean?
What do you mean?
So you didn't ask them any questions like, hey, I saw your religion being talked about in this case. Do you have any comment
they
on
didn't
that?
respond.
Oh, okay.
I mentioned that earlier. They didn't respond.
Got it.
So, I mean, I have another person that I think will respond. So,
okay. So
I'll have more on it later. But so I want to read this real quick while he's pulling that stuff up. You should pull up the one with the tree in the background. I feel like that's the most important one, in my opinion. Do you have it, or should I send it to you?
Let's see if I have it. Hang on.
Yes, that's the one. So this is crazy, you guys. But anyway,
there's a crazier one, actually.
While he's pulling up this evidence
right
that
here.
he's found, I'm going to read this, which I thought was interesting. Anyway, it should be noted, and this is an answer to somebody's question about the similarities between Jesus and Odin's sacrifices, and also about human sacrifice. This person said, it should be noted that many different accounts speak of the atrocities of the Northmen and their human sacrifices to Odin. Human sacrifices happened from prehistoric well into the 13th century. Okay. These sacrifices were hung or strangled. As possible practice of Odinic sacrifice by strangling has some archaeological support in the existence of bodies perfectly preserved by the acid of the Jutland peat bogs. One of the most notable examples of this is the Bronze Age Toland man. However, we possess no written accounts that explicitly interpret the cause of these stranglings, which could have other explanations, like being capital punishment. So interesting that the archaeological support that we have of human sacrifices were specifically surrounded by hanging and strangling.
Yes, it is.
It really sucks they didn't look into this more and really find out if she was hung from a tree. Because you guys know, okay, which it talks about in the memorandum, that Abby was essentially like exsanguinated. Mm-hmm. She had heart, like one of them had literally had, I think it was Libby, had blood on her hands and blood on her. Abby, I think the one that looks like Odin, that resembles Odin hanging from the tree with the leg bent and all of that, was dressed in Libby's clothes. Yeah. And had like no blood on her.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that could be from being hung, but the only thing is there was no evidence of blood on her face and head.
Yeah.
So was she washed? Like, because there were clothes found in the river.
Yeah.
Did they hang her somewhere else?
Look, it's very
and
possible
then wash her in the river.
if I'm this person that's going to do this crime, one of the best places that I could think of washing off, clearing my hands, is in a river, a continuing running body of water that will not be standing still, that can't have evidence gathered from it later. So was it way more bloody? Was there a ton more blood that they washed into the river, you know?
So we know from the defense, which I don't believe this is a lie, because if they did, it would be easily disproven, Scarlett, that he had no connection in any of his media, okay, his phone, computers, to the victims or Odinism. So how would this man go stage the crime to look like an Odinist ritual killing without any knowledge of what that even looks like?
Yeah. There has to be some kind of pre-existing knowledge. Now, is it possible?
Yeah.
Absolutely,
It's
Scarlett.
possible.
That's actually what I was leaning towards in the beginning. Now I don't know.
It's
now,
just a question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now I'm in the headspace where I need more information. I no longer have enough information where I feel like I can confidently commit one way or the other. I am in the gray zone now. I don't know, but I do have things that have at least proved the defense's theories here, and I think this is one of them. Hang on, here, we'll go through. Look it. So at the bottom of this here, you have Odin. Okay, now understand that this shop is called Odin's Den, and it is in Delphi,
Downtown.
So could it be a coincidence? Sure, I understand it could be, but that is a pretty big coincidence, you guys.
I also want to acknowledge here that a lot of the Odinists I've been seeing have tattoos surrounding Odin. It's a part of the culture, it seems.
It is a part of the culture.
A lot of them get tattoos, a ton of them.
Correct. Yep.
And they surround their religion and things that they believe in. So
absolutely. So for us not to look at these things, I think would be a problem. It would do a disservice. Just so the pictures that I picked, you guys, I picked because of either having some sort of connection to the belief of Odinism, having some sort of off connection to children, like a weird relation to children in some way, or having some sort of belief to, and I think this one's super interesting. This is one of the more interesting ones because you're seeing runes that is unmistakable.
Can I break it down?
Yeah.
Okay, so Odin had 2 pet ravens. He had several pets. 2 of them were ravens, and one was Thought, and one was something else. I'm blanking on it right now.
One was Thought, and one was Riot.
No, it wasn't. And then that is the tree of the worlds, tree of life. There's even, okay, so I even have a breakdown here of Yig means death. Drazel, which this is like the name of the tree in Nordic terms, has the dual meaning of gallows and horse. So Yggdrasil or whatever, Yggdrasil itself means deadly gallows.
Dude.
So then you have the 2 runes. Like this is 100% an Odinist tattoo.
Yeah.
100%.
Absolutely. 100%.
Yeah, but for people that don't know what to look for or know about it.
Wasn't it Mike that was on here like a long time ago, a long time ago, maybe one of the first times Mike came on here, and we talked about this right here. We were talking briefly about Delphi, and one of us made the connection saying that this is oddly similar to True Detective.
Mike, that is super like a great I don't know, call out.
Yeah.
It's just maybe that is a total plausible theory that Richard Allen saw that and then did this and staged it that way. But I don't remember, did they show the bodies and show any kind of
I don't think
Did they
so.
show any
No.
kind of like sticks on the bodies or anything like that, Mike?
Yeah, here, highlight this so
Yeah.
people know. If you watch that video, yes, it is absolutely a fictionalized TV show, but it is an incredible TV show, like one of the best ever. I
loved
I want to
it.
go back and watch it. It is incredible. But yeah.
Yeah, Scarlett, just to stage it in this way with this many layers of meanings, I don't think it's possible for just anybody to stage that without doing some research. And for him to do research, when they dug into his phone and internet history and all of that, it would have shown. Like, you had to do multi-level research.
And what
like
else
not
said,
just surface level.
What else said? This is a very, 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 ooh, Cynthia, that's a good call. That's a good point. That cultist belief of sacrificing virgins had some kind of additional benefit.
Cynthia's been talking about.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was getting these photos together. But where was I going with this? I don't even remember because that threw me off because it was such a good point there. Oh, the tattoo shop. So what Elle was saying, and this is a very big coincidence. Look, I agree 100%. I am not a big believer in coincidence in murder. I don't think it happens very often. If it does happen, we're talking 1% of the time or less. Most of the time, a coincidence means something has some kind of evidentiary connection that is important in this case. And I think that when they came out with this idea that Odinism was even a thing, right? People like myself who are super doubtful when it comes to tin hat topics, right away I was like, dude, no way is this possible. I haven't heard of Odinism before, and I'm super interested in cults and the occult and anything that relates to that type of information. So we went digging, and around every corner I found another example of it. And now we have a place of business that is called Odin's Den. It is doing Odinist tattoos out of it for people that they come in contact with every day. So the fact that this is called Odin, I don't think is a coincidence. I think that this proves that there is some validity here in the area. And prison guards, for whatever reason, and I'm not sure why, maybe because they're around them all day in jail, but they have a huge interest in tattoos also. They're some of the most tattooed people I've ever known.
Yeah,
and I've met all kinds of prison guards.
Yeah.
Probably because they're around it in jail. I've even known prison guards that have let themselves get tattooed by a prisoner in jail. They would bring a gun, count it, let the prisoner tattoo him, and then go. And the shop I worked at, he is a world-renowned tattoo artist and learned how to tattoo in prison. So, yeah, I think if this is considered a coincidence, it is a very, very, very big coincidence.
That's some good information that Joey's dropping in the chat. Okay.
Yeah, the 3 triangles.
Yeah, thank you, Lisa Mack. Appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you. And welcome for anyone that's new. We appreciate everybody. And I should have made the statement in the beginning that our commitment to you guys is that we look at all evidence. We want to know all theories. We want to hear all opinions. We want to create a community and a place where people feel comfortable saying, hey, Brendan, hey, Malia, you guys are wrong. That's not possible. Let me tell you why. And you feel comfortable sharing your opinion. There's a lot of communities out there where people have felt like in the true crime world that they have been pushed out of the community or talked down to or put down because they had a theory that's different than the creator. And we don't want that. We want everyone to feel comfortable. We want everyone to feel confident that they can come out and speak and talk and work with us and dig into this stuff. So we appreciate all of you for being here. And if you are a content creator, welcome, and we appreciate you too. So we will uplift and give a shout out and call out to all content creators always. And if we're looking at your stuff, we're going to tell our viewers about it. So
yes, Amanda, very true. So
when looking at this tattoo, and Malia's the one who showed me this, it made me wonder if there's some kind of runic display in the trees. And I just don't know enough about Odinism to understand if there's some kind of hidden rune in the trees or something.
Well, I think there is kind of.
Look, there's 1, 2 in the back.
There very well could be.
Like
there very well
separate.
Could be. But also with like, I don't know, something with the circle behind the hooded head. So this tattoo really struck me because the girls' necks were slit. Okay.
Does this look like an F to you? Can you guys see my mouse? Can you check? Can you guys see it? Yeah. Okay. Does this look like an F to you? I don't know. Look.
I see what you're pointing at.
That kind of resembles the blood splatter, does it not?
I think I see a billion Fs in that. Okay.
Yeah, but you got to look for something that stands out, and that's what stands out. So you have one row of trees right here, which is all the same distance away. That's like row 1. Now you have 2 that are behind row 1. There are not others. There are only 2 that are clearly behind the first row. One of those happens to look like an F.
You know what I see?
Could that be conspiracy mind? Absolutely.
You know what I see?
But it is also interesting.
F, then the Y looking rune, and then F again. FYF.
Yeah. I think you got to look for something that stands out, though.
That did stand out. That one's like a perfect Y. And hold on, let me pull up my chart that I was using to. So, one of the suspects he had runes, okay, look, written on his Facebook profile, and I decoded them.
Okay.
And it was a protection spell.
Really?
So F is F is F. Like that F is F. The downward looking F is A, but that one would literally be an F. And then the Y looking one would be Z. So that wouldn't spell anything.
No, I'm talking about the runes over the bodies.
Yeah, I know.
Oh.
I was just talking about that picture. But this picture really, really struck me because clearly the blood in the forest and hate carved into the neck, like that, it just really, really struck me. And this tattoo is from 2018. So it's about a year after the murders.
You want to know another interesting thing, you guys? So I wanted to be very careful about putting some of this stuff out. You can go ahead. I wanted to be very careful about putting some of this stuff out. Obviously, this is somebody's place of business, and it just because it's called that doesn't mean that they're involved in this crime, obviously. And it could be somebody that believes in that belief system and wasn't involved in that crime. And I think that's important for us to point out.
So no hate to them.
Yes,
no
none,
hate.
0 zip. But what's interesting is that during the time of the crime, okay, on this person's profile, there is a 3-month gap of nothing. No postings, no updates, no nothing. That is the only gap. Is that not interesting?
That's weird. But it may. So what we're getting at with this is, I don't see any tie, okay, between the tattoo shop and the crime, okay, so far. Like there's we just wanted to know, is this belief system present in this area? Are there practicing Odinists? Are people, catching on to this religion? And you're always going to have extremists. So that's really what we were looking for. They could have nothing to do with this tattoo shop, but they could have tattooed someone who did.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Her neck says hate.
Yep.
The line continues through the word hate. No, it does.
Yep.
It does. And it looks like 9 trees. Yeah. Right. Yep. Her neck says hate.
9 trees. That's
Right.
interesting too.
Not everyone into Odin is into magic or cults. A lot of people like the Middle Age aesthetics. You are totally right. The suspect had protection runes. Yes, he did.
Yep. Yeah, and what if Alan was trying to set them up? Yeah, I think that's a possibility.
The hood hidden.
Huh?
The hood means hidden. It can symbolize hidden.
Oh.
Like hiding.
Like hidden hate. Interesting.
So, what about the original son who was in prison for CP and his even more sus dad? This guy was luring the girls by pretending to be... That is super weird, Cynthia. You're totally right. It's a huge coincidence. Like that, I almost wonder. You know what I mean? Like they had somebody trying to lure them. At the same time, somebody shows up and kills them.
Yes.
Like what? Yeah. So the suspect, Cynthia, that had runes we're talking about is Brad Holder. Okay. The media does not want to mention his name. They keep talking about all these things having to do with him, but they don't want to talk about his name. His son was dating, it was either Libby or Abby. We'll pull up the memorandum in a second where it says it, but that's what's believed is that he was dating her. I don't know that that's entirely true, but they were definitely hanging out. So this is another tattoo, which there's a ton of these, like a ton of it tattoos.
I know.
So many,
and
which
you know what's interesting?
It eats kids.
You know what's interesting, you guys? Is there's a few tattoos where I actually saw the next tattoo. So it was a child holding a red balloon, and then that person came back in and got another one. If that's not sketchy, do you get where I'm going with that? So do you know the story of it with the, the balloon, the red balloon that pops up, whatever. So this person came in and got a picture of a kid holding one red balloon. And then I saw later that person came in and got another red balloon added to it.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's
strange.
weird.
It's symbolizing something.
Oh, that's super creepy.
Yeah. It is creepy. Pennywise. Yes. Thank you.
Yes, Pennywise.
So,
hold on. So we don't know that for sure, Scarlett. We don't know. But they do say in the memorandum that it looked like it was smooth, like it had been cut with some kind of saw, like an electrical saw.
Yes, a power tool, a power weapon, something that needed to be plugged in or gas powered. Which means murder one, you guys, and that's a very important aspect is
so from what I saw, yes, the horror tattoos really started in like 2017, 2018. Like all of that time period is when we start seeing this stuff. And here's another one. You know what really weirds me out about this picture?
Is that it looks like a kid?
Yeah.
Yeah. It does not look like an adult to me. There's something eerie about it. And it's around the neck.
And the eyes.
Yep.
Shout out your thoughts if you have any about what this could symbolize.
Yeah, I haven't done any investigating on this yet, meaning like counting the knots, anything like that, of trying to understand if there could be some kind of symbolism in this tattoo, in the amount of whatever is there, right? But what's interesting is, yikes, I agree, is in order to have these tattoos come out of here, I feel like whoever is connected to this place has some kind of connection to Odinists in the area. right?
Yes, bondage, clearly.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's part of it for sure.
Yeah.
But
that picture is so funny on there.
huh?
The squad.
I can't see
Click it. You'll be able to see it. Look. What? Look.
Oh,
The
it's a
dog.
dog.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yes, it is
Alright, change it.
Occam's razor, Cynthia. So rune,
Is that a rune back there?
yeah, I mean,
Right here?
it looks like a rune. But I'm wondering if they layer runes.
Yeah.
If they're written in like a layering fashion. I don't know. Oh yeah, that says something, doesn't it?
It kind of looks like it.
What the heck?
A.
W? You see a B?
It could be, depending. I don't know.
So runes are the alphabet, yes, for the Vikings, but they each had their own individual meanings. They each had their own assigned sound.
Really?
Like an alphabet, but I mean,
Oh.
which obviously, like, duh. But
I mean, I
but
didn't know the runes were an actual, like,
they were
spoken language.
yeah, kind of.
I
don't
thought
really
they had their own meanings and
but
like
Odin sacrificed himself to learn the like what was behind the runes, to fully understand them, because they had magical properties.
okay.
I don't know if the way we're interpreting them today are 100% how they originally were.
Yeah. There's no way really to know, and that's what makes it very hard. And I think that's why it's important to try to understand that we're trying to like put ourselves in the mind of the Odinists who have this specific and certain belief. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so I get that, Cynthia, that they weren't really layered, but I keep seeing these instances where like they don't match any of the runes that I can find,
Yep.
but they're clearly runes. So I can't figure out what they mean. So I'm wondering if
Right.
they're layering them so that it's secret.
Yeah.
Yeah. Amanda, yeah. They can be used together but not normally layered. I get it, guys, but what explains all the other runes? Like, are they taking runes from other religions or mysticisms, or like are they adopting those into the Odinist runes? Like, I don't get it.
So yeah, give a quick definition of what runes are. Some people have just came on here, so like explain what they are.
So I mean, they're the alphabet for like the Nordic for the Vikings. They were the Vikings alphabet.
Yeah.
But they also each additionally had their own meanings, which can we share? Where's the one that had our video with the picture on it? Here, this one.
Yeah.
This shows the meanings. Like the F that was
Right
at
here.
the crime scene, okay, supposedly,
On the
allegedly on
tree.
the tree. It means cattle. It can stand for
Wealth,
wealth, fulfillment, power, material gain, greed. And there's others too. But none of these runes really, to me, look like what was found on the bodies unless you layered them.
Yep. Like
so I don't
G with I don't know.
I've been trying to play this in my mind, and I see people are saying that Abby looks like Odin hung. Also the hanged man from
G warrior, patient warrior.
But yeah, the hanged man. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
And then the other one they're saying is like a hail, like it's like hail Odin.
Yep.
But
yep.
then what does the F mean in association with that? Is that them trying to gain power? Is that what that means? That this hail Odin for power?
If I had to guess, because I was wondering that too, is I don't think it has any relevance if it's not known.
Right.
I think it has to be known. It has to be shared open knowledge and wisdom of whatever that is supposed to be. Otherwise, it doesn't matter. And in my opinion, I don't know for sure. That's just my best guess in trying to get into the heads of the people involved in this horrible situation, you know? But it's really wild stuff, man. Really wild.
Oh, we're sorry to see you go, Joey.
See you
next time. Well, hold on. So, Cynthia, if there's no layering of runes, and I don't know if they don't know what they're dealing with. I think they know what they're dealing with.
Yeah. What she means with layering of runes, not that layering them adds some kind of additional information. She just means taking one rune here, like if you took this one here, I don't know if you so if you took this here and then this and you put them on top of each other, then could that mean NH or HN to them? Not that it has some additional meaning. I don't think, I think that she's trying to say that it doesn't do anything having those layers, and the letters and runes still are what they are. They have their what they are. So putting them on top of each other might not have any additional anything, but you know what I mean?
Yeah, Cynthia, I'm asking you like how it would work. Like why? Okay, for instance, like that image. Where's that image you pulled up that had the runes that aren't a part of the original 24? That's a weird one.
Yeah. It is.
What's on his butt?
On his butt? What are you talking about? That's two people.
Oh, they're like flipped.
Mm-hmm.
One's wearing a mask.
Are you talking about this?
No. Can already tell you no.
Then
the image that had the circle of runes on the, I think it was it Odin hanging? No, you already had it pulled up. You don't need to look anything up.
What are you talking about?
Just flip through the tabs. You had an image.
This?
No, not that. It was another one that had like a circle of runes.
Those are the only two. Odin.
This one.
Okay.
So, Cynthia, you see, okay, obviously the three triangles, okay? And then on the outward, like, the points of each side of the upside down triangle, you see these circles that have runes within them. From what I can find, these aren't Norse or Odinist runes. So what the heck are they? Are they just runes that we're not allowed to know, like that aren't a part of the ancient religion that they've made up? Like what are they?
Yeah. That's a good question.
Because I can't find any literature on it so far. I don't get it. I've looked up runes. I've found alphabets that consist of 33. I found some that consist of way less, like 16, which are actually like the newer version of the runes. The old original runes used by the Vikings, a set of 24. It's paganism. I mean, but Odinism is paganism.
Now, this is an interesting one, you guys. I don't know why this keeps coming up. There are so many tattoos that I've seen that has this on it. Look.
What?
There are a ton with this exact design where you can see inside of it.
A clock with like the inner workings?
Yeah, it almost looks like a compass, but then it has, you know, I don't know if that's supposed to mean something or if that's like the seconds hand or you know what I mean?
Yeah. That one's not too crazy.
It is if this has a meaning, and there were a ton of people that had this. Respect the past, create the future, respect past future.
I don't know.
There were a bunch.
Yeah, I do think there's an element of the occult of Satanism, honestly, mixed with this. This is definitely an occult and Odinist tattoo. They're mixing them 100% in this tattoo.
Yep.
Because this is not just Odinist imagery.
That looks like...
kind of looks like a clock.
Or two things mixed. X, P, or, you know. Look at right here. Does that say 33 or 32?
Right. Yeah, Callie and
32?
Cynthia, you guys are right. They are taking... That's what I've been saying from the beginning, to be honest, is that they're taking Odinism, okay, and then they're perverting it and adding onto it with like the occult, with Satanism and other things. Like it really, why I think they're choosing Odinism, for one, is that it teaches... it's not like Christianity where you're supposed to just turn the other cheek and be submissive. It is about being a warrior and fighting for what you believe in. Like, look, Odinism. We do not bend our knees in supplication to the gods and goddesses, nor do we beg them to do for us. Rather, we ask them to empower us to do ourselves. They are very much about self-sufficiency. That is a huge thing in Odinism. We neither need nor ask our gods for forgiveness. We were not born into sin. We were born to be the best we can be. That is... describes their like thought pattern very, very well. So I think that they chose it for that reason, but also the lineage. Okay, if we're talking about specifically like a cult that could have done this, about the racial supremacy, but also because of the magic, which we determined is Sather. Okay, that's what it's called in this religion, is Sather. I think they're mixing Sather with occult magic, with dark magic from other sources.
It's interesting. There's something on the tree here.
And it's totally because of the internet, Jay. You're so right. It may be ignorance and Satanist bullshit. You might be right. But that's the whole point of what we're trying to do here, is get in to their heads. Like, we want to find evidence of, for one, existing there, which I feel like we have plenty of evidence for that at this point. Because if you go to everyone that is a suspect in the memorandum, I have personally gone to their Facebooks and seen they are Odinists. All of them. That's not a lie. That's 100% true. They all have this imagery on their Facebook accounts, including the guards, the correctional officers. It is on their social medias for the public to see. So I mean, there's plenty of evidence that this is a thing in that area.
Yeah.
Like that's proven at this point. Now, is there a secret organization that we're not privy to? Because the connections between these people, clearly there's some kind of connection. Like, are they meeting in a certain area?
and I saw about 10 of them.
Wow.
So if you're in this
Weird.
specific group of people, do you get this tattoo? And it's a representation of your name? Respect the past, create the future? I think
So-
we've already looked at 3 on here. If not, I saved 3, but
Wait.
there's many more.
L, in reference to this tattoo, did you say inside of the circles are sigil? Oh no, you're talking about the Odinism picture we brought up. This one, or no, this one, I think.
Okay.
Which picture are we talking about, L? Inside the circle are sigils from the seal of Solomon representing planets. JH said those are probably next level runes for only the experts.
Right. For the level 33 group members.
Okay, Cynthia, I see what you're saying.
That's funny.
Okay, look up the Seal of Solomon sigils. Thank you, L.
Okay. All right, so that's what I got for tattoos. Wait, where is that other one? I want to compare the inside. Look. Is the inside different, or did they use the same?
It looks the same to me, but oh.
No.
It's a little well, the holes are in the right spot.
Yeah.
It is the same. It's just a little bit, it's just shaped a little weird, like a little different.
Mm-hmm. Respect the past, create the future. All right, I'm going to close out of these.
Right, Kay. Brian Holder, I know. About the, yeah. He did a lot of things to taunt social media. So, Matt, an Odinist is simply someone who worships Odin and the old gods from Norse mythology. Okay, J Ray said on that pic you showed like 4 photos back with the triangle, the 3 circles with stuff inside of them. The bottom circle has that spirally 666 looking thing.
This?
I don't know. Because you went through so many pictures, I don't know at this point.
I closed them. It's got to be that.
No.
Then I don't know. There's too many.
What did the picture look like, J Ray? Like, what did it have on it? Oh, she said the pic that's up right now. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. Got you. Yeah, that actually makes sense. And what Cynthia was saying about Satanism did you look up the Seal of Solomon?
Mm-mm.
Pull it up real quick.
Oh, so here. The meaning of the phrase being that we should respect the lessons learned from history and use them to build a future worth being a part of. All those clocks.
Oh.
This sounds like race war stuff.
It does.
Dude, that sounds like race war. That's strange, man.
It means we should respect the lessons learned from the past and use them to build a future with being a part of. I feel like there could be multiple translations for that. Like, because that's a good meaning. Respecting the lessons you learned and not repeating your mistakes from the past.
I guess.
Or it can be twisted and used as a way, like, we should use this to, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it can be used in a negative way too. 100%. Like Handmaid's Tale.
All right, the sign of Solomon.
Yeah, I don't know why. That's a good point. I don't know why cases nowadays are so convoluted. It's kind of driving me insane, to be honest. Yeah, the Seal of Solomon. This is it, right, Elle? Which symbols did you recognize, Amanda? I can't pull up comments on the screen right now because Brendan's using the mouse, but.
Yeah, all of those are associated with this. Look.
Oh.
All of them are associated with the clock. All of them, look. There's something to that. Look.
Okay, it's a popular tattoo. Now, what demographic is it popular in? That's what we want to know.
I mean, you can tell. Do you see anybody that's not white, like bright white?
That would suck if it has like a racist connotation. And
that's absolutely what it is.
I know,
what do you mean?
but say like a black person saw it and was like, "Oh, I like that saying," and went and got it, and they didn't know about the racist connotation. So
I don't think there's anything cool about that saying. Respect the past and create the future. To me, that sounds aggressive. I would never, ever put that on anything.
You're right.
And for me, at least, the past is the past. What do I need to respect about it?
I feel like you're a little biased because we know what we know.
No, absolutely not. Nope.
I don't know.
Nope.
Because I can see it not meaning I can see it just being like, okay, we respect that was the past, and now we're gonna create the future.
I don't. I feel like
I could see it meaning both. I could see it meaning the way you think it means, and I could see it someone not meaning it that way.
But that's not a positive thing. Like, respect your past and create the future. To me, that is aggressive. I don't even have a negative connotation here. I don't know what this means. That is my genuine definition. We don't have anything tying this to anybody. I am just guessing because it comes off weird and aggressive that it has some kind of connection to this.
Okay, so now I need you to look up VEG.
Okay.
After this, we're pulling up the memorandum. It's almost 11 o'clock and we haven't pulled it up. And it's 136 pages, which we're not going to be able to go through all of it, obviously. VEG VISIR compass.
What?
Space. And now write compass.
You're not being very clear.
The truth of the Viking compass. Thank you, Elle. Awesome. So, if you're interested in Viking imagery and symbolism, you've undoubtedly seen the Veg. I don't even know how to say that at all now. I'm gonna learn all these things probably. It's meant to prevent the person carrying it from losing their way and is known colloquially as the Viking compass or the Nordic compass. It can often be seen on Viking-inspired tattoos, jewelry, illustrations, and even in video games such as Valheim, which is strange as it's not actually a Viking symbol at all. What? It's featured alongside a number, okay. The
magical staves. I think that's important.
Carry this sign with you and you won't get lost in storms or bad weather, even in unfamiliar sounding staves. Where did you see that?
Up there.
What does that word even mean?
A staff?
Is that just the plural form of staff? A vertical wooden post. Okay. Okay. Gotcha. So the earliest in existence was 1860. It's still a far cry from the Viking Age. So where does it come from? Was won by Abraham Lincoln, but Abraham Lincoln presidency compass has less of a ring to it. What? So what is it?
I don't know.
I feel like I didn't even get explained to what it is. Do you guys feel like you know what it is now? Because I don't. So it was characterized by national romanticism, bringing. Hey,
What?
Go back up. Wasn't it just basically identifying what it is? It's a part of the Viking revival.
Oh, I don't know.
I'm super confused, guys. I don't get it.
Okay, so what are we pulling up?
The memorandum. I want to know what that is, though. Like, why would we look it up and not figure out what it is?
Okay, I'm not interested. I don't think it has anything to do with
it would explain some of the runes that don't make sense. But okay, pull up the memorandum.
If you want to learn what it is, we can dig into it. I just didn't think it had any importance.
A lot of the symbols aren't, I mean, they're not bad in nature. Like, a lot of these symbols don't mean anything bad. They're just being used as bad.
Okay, where is this?
I know. It is the internet. It's all the internet, J. Ray. I know.
Is this it? Yes, this is it. Okay.
Oh, thanks, Amanda, for saying what that symbol was. Cool. So Ian said, respect the past, build the future. Just sounds like one of those Weasley things people say when they want to mask their true agenda.
Oh, Kay said type Odinist tattoo and artwork. They all have
the asterisk like Abby.
Yeah.
Oh, JH, respect the past, respect your elders. Yeah, that's a good point. It's for protection. Okay.
The asterisk.
Dang it.
Okay,
where did that go?
What did you want to go through with this?
I'm guessing all the go down. Can you scroll down? Okay. So this is the 8 things to know is a really good overview. It goes deeper, obviously. I mean, of course, court TV and all like the lawyers and things, they just want to talk about how this is a part of, you know, them trying to get the search warrant of Richard Allen's house thrown out because they want the magic bullet gone. Interesting to know, there's no pictures of the magic bullet being found like there is every other piece of evidence. So, and they went back to collect the branches like a while after. Can you guys tell me how that makes any damn sense to find these girls in the woods like this and not take the branches on their bodies and test them for DNA? Anything, like literally any forensic evidence. This was in 2017. It's not like it was in the freaking 80s or anything. It just blows my mind. And then, I don't know, it just really makes me mad. So, the Purdue professor that they're talking about here is interesting to me. The cops consulted him early on to ask if he thought that it could be connected to Odinism. So he claimed it wasn't any type of Odinism or cult worshiping group. So they abandoned the Odinism angle. But there were a few police officers that continued to investigate it, not being able to let it go, essentially. So the leaders of the Delphi investigation team claim they can't identify who this purported professor was, have not provided reports from this professor, and have further indicated they may not be able to figure out who this professor is. The mystery Purdue professor. That's insane. How they could abandon a whole lead on an investigation based off a professor they can't identify and have no reports from, or at least haven't provided any, and they can't figure out who he is. Like, that's kind of crazy to me. What do you guys think? So what I'm really interested in right now, and obviously, like, I don't know how much you guys have heard from the memorandum, but essentially, the prosecutor knew about all of this, like all of it, and just decided to omit any of this stuff about Odinism in the affidavit or the search warrant, like literally anything. They just didn't talk about it. It just was like, oh, we've debunked that. We think it's Richard Allen. So we're only going to put in any of this stuff, what we think pertains to Richard Allen, and exclude everything else, despite a lot of evidence. So the officers that didn't let it go are Click, Murphy, Ferenczi, and Click. Back. But, and I feel like that's important because, I also heard that one of those officers supposedly, and one of them's retired, but one of them supposedly came out after this memorandum came out and made a statement like they didn't mean for it to turn into this.
What?
Like, they didn't mean for it to be this.
Who didn't?
One of the officers. Okay, so here, right here.
I don't understand. So they can't.
What?
Say that one more time.
Okay, you need to know this. During those passing years, law enforcement officers Kevin Murphy, Greg Ferenczi, and Todd Click continue to pursue the truth. Because of their curiosity and investigative efforts, this evidence establishing the names of the likely murdering members of the Odinite cult became known to the Delphi investigation leadership no later than February 2018.
Okay.
So these guys who didn't let it go, and they also, so after reading the probable cause affidavit, Click became concerned that the information contained in Richard Allen's affidavit pointing the finger at him was far less compelling than the totality of the information that all three of these officers accumulated during the Rushville portion of the investigation, which Rushville is where they're claiming this Odinist cult is like based out of. This is like several of the suspects are connected to Rushville.
Okay.
Indiana, which is not very far
but what
from
were you saying
Delphi.
about the officers?
So,
that the officers that believed. Okay, so one of the officers that believed that it was the Odinist cult regrets giving this information to the defense since this has come out.
Yeah.
Okay.
They didn't mean for it to turn into this, basically.
But okay, so maybe they didn't mean for it to turn into this, but is it the truth?
I don't know.
Because I'm sure with Blue Blood, which is the connection that officers have between each other, whether it's trauma bonding or whatever. I'm sure that they don't want this out there questioning their leaders. They probably are going to have a really crappy time as a police officer now.
So,
but that doesn't, man, I wish the truth was more important than whether they could get in trouble or be looked at different than their fellow officers.
Okay. I think so. I think that's why they came out and said that. That's what I think. But
now they're trying to take it back.
Yeah.
Like, dude, I would have just committed.
Same. Gone. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they felt, I don't know. I don't know why they would do that. But, and I'm not sure which officer it was because it was mentioned kind of in passing in an interview. Here, you can just keep it. I'll use this one. So he wrote the letter to the prosecutor, right? Click. Wrote the letter to the prosecutor, and the prosecutor had the letter for 4 months before ever turning it over to the defense. And basically what they're alleging is he sat on the exculpatory evidence hoping that the defense team would refocus its efforts on another angle, or 2, disclose the exculpatory evidence claiming that the contents of the letter were overlooked in the volume of discovery. He chose the latter. He claimed it was overlooked. The prosecutor.
Yeah. And again, this always goes back to like one of the questions that I always ask is why? Is there some kind of buy-in? Like, I know that they have evidence that they claim that the police officers were wearing the patch that ties them to this Odinist belief. But was this to save the Odinists that they're a part of, whether it's cult or not, or was this more about their close rate and percentage?
I don't know. I mean, they do call out that this was right before an election many times in this document. That the prosecutor did all of this right before an election. Like, they say that multiple times. So I don't.
So the conviction or the charges could have been brought to pursue the political career.
Maybe. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if is it because solving a cold case would look really good for somebody,
would.
Right?
It would.
Yeah. But who
was running for office during that time? Does it say that in here?
I mean, who's running for office now? Like in the past year?
I thought that when they found Richard Allen is when was I don't know.
Yeah. So so they withheld the letter, but they also withheld an 85-page compilation of reports by Click prepared in 2019, several videos containing statements that support the defense's theory of Allen's innocence. And the 85-page report detailed the investigative work performed by Click, Ferenczi, Murphy, and others, including the FBI. So they also excluded the fact that the FBI believed there was a connection to Odinism. And then the FBI straight up pulled out of this investigation.
Yeah. Probably because they weren't being allowed to go where the evidence led.
So here, Richard Allen, this is where they state very clearly that Richard Allen has zero connection to any pagan cult or pagan cultists, and furthermore, no forensic evidence such as DNA or electronic evidence linking him to the girls or the crime scene. That's very, very clear. And all of the evidence comes from all of the discovery from the prosecution and depositions from police officers. Like, this is all official information that they're putting together. So anyway, okay,
Gosh.
so the unified command, the leads of this, according to Liggett, Tony Liggett, Carroll County Sheriff and member of the unified command, when it first began, the investigation, from Carroll County, the leaders, like the unified command, who's head of all this, is Tony Liggett and Kevin Hammond. From State Police, Jerry Holman, Jay Harper, and Dave Vito, and from the FBI, Rich Davies.
That's interesting.
So here's the rundown of the crime scene in the memorandum. Okay, and it talks about what?
That's super funny.
It
I don't know why. It almost sounds made up, but
okay, so the description of the crime scene, okay? We've seen the pictures. Like, we know the F on the tree. We know that there was, branches on their bodies. Here's where it says at least one of the branches appeared to have its end cut off cleanly by some type of tool with like an electrical saw.
At least one. Okay, now I question that a little bit. It's not all of them?
I guess not.
So if it's one, could somebody come by there at an earlier time and cut
a tree branch?
Yeah, and then they use that branch.
That's a good point.
Work the scene or do whatever they did at the scene.
Mm-hmm.
But there is also electric tools that are battery powered, which could make that more likely.
Okay, so here's where we get into Brad Holder, okay? So, a particular Odinite from Logansport named Brad Holder posted on social media images mimicking the very ruins found at the crime scene, a crime scene unreleased and unknown to the general public even to this day, except for what we hear now. Who was Brad Holder? He was an Odinite whose son Logan had been dating Abby. Brad Holder's social media posts seemingly taunted the very police that refused to fully investigate him. The defense believes that the court will be shocked at the number of clues or Easter eggs both before and after the murders that Holder openly posted on his Facebook page that pointed the finger to his involvement. So he was... Brad Holder was never considered a suspect, essentially, is what they're saying, because it's like within 13 days he was cleared. Even despite all of this, okay, despite everything you're about to hear, he was cleared as a suspect March 16th, 2017. So a simple review would show clearly he was an Odinist, which it does to this day. If you go to his Facebook page, which don't leave a message, do not comment, leave him alone.
Yeah, let the police do their digging, because obviously they're going to force their hand now with this document. There's no way. They're going to have to prove that it's not real. So the only option is this is either going to get proved that there's some kind of validity to it, or it's going to be proved full of it.
Yeah, so on April 12th, 2017, Trooper Joseph Ryan Winters received a phone call from a man in Georgia named Ryan Boucher?
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll just say Ryan. Okay. Oh, wait. Joseph Ryan is Winters. Okay. Winters and Ryan. Winters is the trooper. Ryan is the sleuth. Okay. He's a sleuth, essentially. About Brad Holder's social media account. He had learned that Logan was dating Abby. He reviewed his social media history where he found an image of two women either dead or posed as if they were dead on the ground in what appeared to be a forest. They both had tree limbs and sticks arranged on their bodies. One of the women had her arm stretched out above her head, similar in the way Abby's arm was stretched above her head. Both women were clothed, and the stick and tree branch formations on these girls was different than the stick and tree branch formations on Abby and Libby, but otherwise it bore a very eerie similarity to the murder scene in Delphi, which there was nobody knew what the crime scene looked like. Nobody.
That doesn't make sense.
No. And this guy was this sleuth was like super disturbed by what he saw.
Yeah.
And so he contacted them. Now, what it goes on to say is that the first guy, like, essentially just didn't even do anything with that information. So then he contacted the sheriff of Carroll County. Like, he contacted the office.
Sure.
And
different law enforcement agency, so you might get a different outcome.
Right. So Mr. Bouchard contacted Toby Lesenby, who at the time was the sheriff of Carroll County. He quickly rebuffed Bouchard, telling Bouchard that Holder was not a suspect. Undeterred, he contacted the state police. Okay, so it was first the county that blew it off, and the state police. That means even more.
Yeah.
Because the state police aren't involved locally like that. Locally, if they're Odinists or have ties to the Odinists or paid off or whatever,
Yeah.
then they would, like, he blew it off.
Yeah, that's strange. That's very strange.
So Winters memorialized the interaction and put it in a Dropbox account.
Welcome. Yes. We love it. We're super stoked you're here.
Yeah, thank you. It is wild, Amanda. It is super wild.
It's always a problem when it's pulling teeth for the truth to come out. And we see that in cases that go wonky over and over and over and over again, where there's some kind of additional information out there. I mean, you see it as far back as John Bonet, that it was a very similar situation where a lot of different people had a lot of different information and the police didn't want to hear it. They were doing this the whole time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where they had their suspect of who they wanted it to be. They had a narrative of who they wanted it to be. And anything that didn't fit inside that narrative wasn't going to be accepted. And that is such a big problem, whether it's working backwards in that narrative or it's only being willing to accept evidence that points to their person, their person of interest. Both of those things are an issue because they're not conducive to the truth, which the truth should be the most important thing in any situation. That's what our whole justice system is based on. That's what all the focus should be on. And that's why we want transparency in the courts with Idaho4. That's why we believe in body cam. That's why we, lean on all these things that enforce transparency and truth.
Yeah, and you guys, I mean, Richard Allen could totally be the killer, but I'm not convinced after reading all of this, okay? So,
yes, exactly.
Yeah, Amanda, for real.
Exactly, Cynthia, too. Look, we're always quick to say, what is tinfoil hat topics? Is this a tinfoil hat topic? Absolutely, all day long. You could see wild videos on cults and conspiracy and police involvement. But again, this goes back to what we were saying earlier in this episode. Is it important to the potential suspect? If these facts, details, and information is important to a potential suspect, then we got to go there. There's no other way around it. You have to go there. No matter how tin hat it is, no matter how crazy it seems, no matter any of that, right?
Yeah.
It only becomes like conspiracy tin hat, not willing to look at anything mainstream if you're only willing to biasly look at conspiracy,
Well, also, how they were saying that they thought the branches were just them trying to cover up the bodies?
Yeah.
Why would you put, okay, how many sticks are there? There's 1, 2,
Here.
3, 4, 5 on Libby. Okay. Or yeah, 1, 2, 3. Okay, 4. Maybe 5 according to the other image that supposedly is more credible. And then Abby, it's 1, 2, it's 3, and then the 2 at the top. So 5. Why? For one, why would you put things that resemble antlers? For 2, 5 sticks? That's not a very good. Why wouldn't you put leaves? Anybody who's not a complete like numbskull would cover them with dirt and leaves, not a couple sticks.
I think these two right here make that not true.
Yeah. I think the fact that it's 5 sticks makes it not true.
Yes. Oh, wait.
What?
What if this isn't a rune?
I don't think it is a rune. I think it literally symbolizes Odin.
I don't know if it does on Abby. What if this is meant to be the Christian cross and this stick is like no, anti-Christ?
Oh.
With a slash through it. Like no Christ, Odin.
Yeah, but this would symbolize Odin more than this.
Because according to...
How would that symbolize Odin?
According to... Because... I don't know. Yeah, that's a good point.
The Libby one is the one that I can't understand yet.
According to the story of the Odinists that I found, with the background that their perpetrators were Christians, right? That made the two boys watch their mom get burned alive and be forced to...
Oh, you can make it bigger by doing that? I didn't realize that. Okay, go ahead.
That were forced to watch their mom be burned at the stake. It was because they were Christian. So in order to have those Odinist beliefs, the racist driven Odinist beliefs, we're talking about like 3 different potential Odinists or ideas, but the racist cult like beliefs, you're gonna have to be anti-Christ. You have to be.
Yeah.
So could this just be a resemblance of the cross with a cross, like a no through it, X through it? I don't know. Yeah,
but okay. I don't know. Could that be the anarchy symbol? I don't know.
Is there anarchy in?
Not that I'm aware of. So look, J Ray said Brian Laundrie and Gabby Petito, one of the cops had that symbol tattooed on his hand in the footage. That's all I was saying. What symbol, J Ray? I didn't catch your comment further up. I saw that Mab cop's tattoo in the video. Yeah. What symbol are you talking about, Cynthia and J Ray?
Are you guys talking about the it's a short. I don't know if we should show it because it just came out, but it's from Drip Drop.
Interesting, Miss Ma'am. You see the F?
Here, we'll pull up the F. That's a good thing to look at real quick.
Okay. Yeah, Abby is posed in the Odin pose. That's right. Isn't it in the just the top left quadrant of that compass we were looking at? Are you talking about the one with like the runes that we were trying to figure out what it was?
Where is the I think it was actually there. It is.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
So that's the blood splatter, or in the memorandum, okay, it says that somebody like painted it on the tree. That doesn't look painted.
To me, it does. I think that the only way you're going to get this is with fingers, you guys.
No, I think you may be right about the middle part being the fingers, but the rest of it had to be splatter, which I keep... Okay, so there's this guy that was doing blood splatter. I forget his name right now. I said it in the video, but he was doing blood splatter to recreate it. And he kind of, I feel like he was kind of trying to debunk it. And I felt like there was a little bit of bias in there where you couldn't really do that with blood. And I'm thinking, have you ever splattered paint on paper and tried to make art out of it? Like, I feel like somebody could totally do that with splattering. It's just like a flick. You could totally splatter, and make an F.
So is this 100%. How it was on the tree?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't know if oh man, I wish there was a way to like zoom
like this.
A big. So do you guys see what's that called right there? When
satellites.
it has, okay.
The little splatters of satellites.
Okay, do you guys see those satellites right there on the top? That means that drop came from underhand. So somebody went like this and then overhand. So this big drop, underhand, and this one is overhand,
well, the
like
splatters
sideways,
are at the top.
like this.
No,
No, they're coming this way.
Oh,
Look
it
at
comes
that.
from the side.
Yeah, so it's like, where's the camera? So it's like this.
Sideways, yeah.
So somebody went whoosh, whoosh, like that. And I do think they knew what they were doing.
Okay.
Because of these here. I think that all those have drips coming off the bottom, which means more than likely those were fingers. Like,
yeah, and you know, people were trying to say that it could be arterial splatter. I don't believe that, because when you look at images of arterial splatter, like a vein being cut and shooting up against something,
let's see if
it does not resemble that, like, at all.
No way it doesn't.
You can't show that on stream.
I'm hoping to have a recreation. That's
why look up recreation? Look up recreation.
Okay.
Specifically. That didn't do much.
No, it's even more red. It's like,
essentially what it looks like. Okay, envision you took a ketchup bottle, okay, and it was like really watery ketchup, and you squirted it on the wall.
I'm sorry. Satellites?
Yes, those are satellites.
So satellites are the drop, but
then the spine is what connects it.
Yeah.
Okay, so imagine you took a ketchup bottle. It's really watery ketchup, okay, and you squirt it and splatter on the wall. There would be this line, and then there would be drips. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like. It looks like a line like this, and then drips.
Paint.
There's no drips in that. There's very, very little dripping in that image.
Agreed.
If at all, if any at all.
It resembles like this, dude. 100%.
No, because
yes, it totally resembles that.
Oh, you mean
versus
this?
arterial splatter?
Yeah, it doesn't look like arterial splatter. Yeah,
this is what it looks like.
Yeah, it looks like splatters.
Identical to that. What do you guys think? Don't you think it looks like that? That bigger photo up top?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, Sea Star. Oh, phenomenal. You're right.
What?
Ancient Nords used twigs to splatter sacrifice blood. This is probably not with a paintbrush or hand or anything. It is probably with a twig.
A twig.
And those aren't finger marks. They're probably dipped twigs. Great input. Thank you so much. That has to be it. That has to be it.
Can we go up a little?
Yeah, show the...
What if the killing wasn't Odinist at all, but was set up to look like it was? I mean, maybe.
The only reason why I'm against that is because I don't think this would have came out without Alan in the defense. And I think that it would have came out beforehand. And Alan admitting his guilt over the phone. What? I don't know if you guys remember that, but we talked about him admitting his guilt over the phone, and we felt it was weird right away. Right away.
Also, the smoothest barked tree in Indiana, or what? We don't know what the tree looked like. I wish I knew, J-Ray.
We'll go over to the memorandum.
J-Ray, C-Star, is that true? Sounds convincing to me. You have your own voice in my head, J-Ray. So does Amanda and Ian. I don't know what your voices sound like, though. And Cynthia.
And hello, everyone that's new.
Hey, Tabitha.
We see some new people in here. Welcome, everybody. And just just to give a quick rundown, we love input. We love people to share their ideas, and anyone can have any opinion and theory, and we want it to be shared. And we love when our community tells us that we're not right. What?
One of the FBI, what you just clicked on, that one of the FBI agents was murdered.
Yes.
You saw that?
Yeah.
Who?
Yeah, that's information that's been out. As one of the FBI agents, I think it was a couple weeks after the FBI pulled out, they were ended. And I actually don't think that they have a suspect yet. It's super shady around it. But yes, I did know about that.
I also found articles from 2017. I think it was 2017.
Actually,
which
was
is
it FBI? I know it was law enforcement. I just don't remember if it was FBI or one of the other police forces, but I did know. Yeah. Right.
But I found an article that showed a consistent pattern of crimes committed by Odinists that were a part of very big events in recent American history. And they were basically talking about the revival of Odinism and how it's being used by these, races.
Yeah.
And it was from before. No, I think it's from 2015. I'll have to pull it back up.
I know exactly what article you're talking about.
I want to post some of it in Discord so we can chat about it further. Like,
yeah,
after stream and the next, just as I look things up, as we learn, we can learn together in Discord.
Did I close that?
And if you haven't joined yet, I am now officially on it. I have figured it out, kind of. I still don't really 100% know what I'm doing, but I'm learning. So, but
yeah,
here,
Discord.
Yeah. So here we go. Evidence known to law enforcement demonstrated a clear nexus between Brad Holder and at least 4 other suspects. Elvis Fields from Rushville, Patrick Westfall from Delphi, Johnny Messer from Rushville, and Rod Abrams from Rushville, now living in Connorsville.
Yes. Okay.
What is that supposed to mean? Okay. So, Unifying Command was aware that Elvis Fields confessed to his sister that he, Elvis, was involved in the murders, even providing to his sister intimate crime scene details of which only those present at the crime scene would have familiarity. Additionally, Elvis Fields told his sister, Mary, on February 14, 2017, that he was present at the killings and that he, Elvis, now had a brother and was now part of a gang. In February 2018, Elvis had been questioned by law enforcement but denied involvement in the murders. However, after being dropped off at his trailer following the questioning, Elvis turned around, walked back to the police car, and according to the police report, asked the state trooper if his spit is found on one of the girls, but he could explain it away, would he still be in trouble?
Yeah, idiot.
The state trooper.
What a stupid question to ask. And I think we should take a couple minutes on that, because can you guys think of any idea that could ever come up with, right? When I'm looking at cases like this, I'm looking at it from 2 different ways, from the prosecution's point of view and the defense point of view, right? When you're looking at it, obviously from the defense point of view, we get a very clear understanding of what they find concerning here. And it's probably the same thing that most people would find concerning. Like, why is your spit on one of the victims? That's a very big issue. How did your spit get there? Why were you in that area around them? You know what I mean? But when you're looking at it from the prosecution's point of view, like, how could that be explained? Come up with another theory that would cause someone's spit to be found on them. I can't think of one.
There isn't one.
I can't think of one. So the only thing I could think of is if he tries claiming he was going for a walk, walked upon these girls, and your first thought is to spit on them and not call 911. That is one of the biggest kinks thrown in this thing, in my opinion. And isn't this one of the sisters that was actually given a lie detector test, and they were able to confirm that everything she's saying, at least from her point of view and knowledge, is the truth?
Yes. So that's what I was gonna go on to say. Let's finish this real quick. So he also admitted to a different sister, Joyce, that he had in fact spit on one of the girls. He told Joyce he was on the trail and the bridge with the 2 girls that were killed, and he was going away for a long time.
Gosh.
His alibi for February 13th was also probably flawed, because his roommate that he concocted a story with, Rod Abrams, another person mentioned, said they were visiting a friend. Okay. And Unified Command knew that on February 1st, 2018, Elvis's sister passed a polygraph examination when asked if she were telling the truth about what Elvis had confessed to. But so what Rod Abrams and Elvis told law enforcement wasn't the same. So their alibis weren't verified. They weren't verified.
Man. Hey, Lulu.
So they also talk about Patrick Westfall next, which he, I think...
Yeah, just give a rundown.
Yeah, so he was a close friend to Brad Holder, the first one we talk about, that posted stuff to Facebook about the crime scene that he shouldn't have known. He's also the one that painted the picture of Odin hanging from the tree. And he was taunting the public that were questioning him on Facebook after posting these crazy things.
Yes.
So their friendship abruptly ended in February 2017 from a fight that occurred between them, where Holder and Westfall were in the woods near a river conducting a ritual. One of them said or did something the other did not agree with, and they no longer talk. And this all apparently, from what is gone on to say, I think comes from Holder's girlfriend.
Yeah, who also took a lie detector test and also was confirmed to be telling the truth based on the results of that lie detector test.
So,
and
yeah,
make the connection with it. That's literally the crime scene, you guys. The crime scene is by the river in the woods. And they're talking about a fight they had that ended their friendship while conducting a ritual. So
have you... Obviously, all this makes me think that these people were involved. Like, it's so...
that's awesome. Well, welcome. Love it.
Oh, yeah. Welcome, C-Star and Lulu.
Yes, welcome.
I know.
Seeing some new names in here. I'm super stoked.
Oh, sorry. I keep doing that. And yeah, Ian, I mean, it's a super disrespectful, like, terrible thing to do, but obviously killing somebody is a terrible thing to do.
Absolutely. But the thing is, I think what Ian's getting at is more than likely the spit would come from the person that would be doing the ending.
Yeah.
Your average non-sociopathic person, non-cult controlled, racially motivated, religious whatever person would be the type of person that would do that. They would be.
Yeah.
Okay. To me, it sounds like they're already trying to create a storyline why their DNA could be found on a crime scene body. I mean, I feel like anyone should make that connection, right? Am I going crazy? Is this just one of those things where, how many times have we said it on here where, look, I do not claim to be super duper PI, know all of this stuff, super smart. So if I'm making connections, I'm offended that this has been going on so long, that we're here making connections, the general public's making connections that our law enforcement should be making. You know what I mean? Like, there's a problem if it gets to this point, and the people who are in charge of making these connections aren't making them.
I know, it's horrible.
It's terrifying. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying.
That is super cool, C-Star. Practice druid and Welsh magic. That's super neat.
Yeah.
I mean, the spitter was either the killer, and if they were random passerby, then they were the unluckiest sociopath ever.
Right. What
Okay.
are those statistics?
See, that's what I was about to say, Ian, was that I wonder, is it like, even though all of this is too much to be a coincidence, in my opinion, all these connections.
Yeah, how many coincidences are there in murder?
Right. So, even though, yes, C-Star, Brad Holder still has his Facebook up and there's still Odinist stuff on there. But what I was thinking was, what if someone walked by upon this crime scene and tampered with it?
Oh, God.
They were there all night, like the rest of the afternoon and night and the morning until they found them.
Statistically, again, not possible. I think that,
I mean, it's super, super unlikely.
You're again expecting. I don't think it's possible for a couple things. Okay, so I'm trying to think of a way to put this in order where it makes the most sense for both things. So, do we just think that there's random sociopaths walking around to walk upon a crime scene that was done by a sociopath, and that person sees some kind of benefit in messing with it, and they're dumb enough to spit on the bodies of somebody else's crime in that situation? No. And for two, if that person that already isn't possible or likely to be walking upon the crime scene happens to be an Odinist, they've already given away all the power of what that magic or ritual would do. It's magic in doing those things in the sacrifice, not staging this, right?
J Ray's voice. Okay, I'll clarify this. I know you guys have been talking about it. Amanda, your voice is kind of alternative to me, maybe kind of similar to my voice, but higher pitch. J Ray, your voice in my head
Brad Holder still has his Facebook page up.
Kind of like, I'm trying to think of an example, like Christina Aguilera just talking. Okay, not singing, just talking. Because I don't imagine you singing, because that would be weird. And Ian sounds like Sheldon, because he always referenced Sheldon. So that's just the voice I have of him in my head.
Yeah, I don't even know how I could explain a voice.
It's hard to explain it.
Yeah, I agree with you. What is it, Kaylee or Callie? It's offensive. It's offensive that the police wouldn't take something like this very seriously. And it goes back to what we say all the time, that if it's important to the suspect, then it should be important to the person that's doing the investigating, whether it's a law enforcement member, whether it's somebody sleuthing, whether it's a private investigator, no matter what it is. If it's important to the suspect, it should be important to the one investigating it. And in my opinion, if somebody out there takes the time to move and stage these bodies in a very specific way with sticks above them that correlate with the way that they're laying, and those sticks have some sort of meaning, and they've been cut and or broken to whatever sizes these are, like I'm thinking about somebody who's taking at least 20 minutes to place the bodies, get the sticks, break them to the right size, and then lay them out.
Yeah,
that's a commitment.
Oh yeah.
And
it's so much extra stuff you don't have to do, and it had no purpose other than a calling card, like you were saying.
Yes.
Kaylee or Callie, that's the only purpose.
That's
ER.
Yeah.
What does ER even sound like? Like a legit donkey? He was like his voice wasn't like a legit donkey. I can't remember.
No,
it was like
it was real like
depressed.
Yeah, I think you've told us that before.
Yeah.
but there's a time commitment in there, and there's a certain level of risk that's involved in doing that too. Because if they found the girls there, there's a chance and risk of somebody else finding them there. So are you going to take that chance? Is laying out those sticks and the bodies so important to you that you're going to take the time and the risk to do that? It has to mean something. So the fact that the police didn't find that important is so offensive. So offensive.
I know. So
I hope the police that were involved in this get held accountable.
Okay, so it gets crazier. Okay. So in 2019, Unifying Command learned that in a completely different conversation with Brad Holder's ex-wife, he pointed the finger away from himself to Patrick Westfall, which was his old friend that supposedly they weren't friends anymore because of a disagreement in a ritual.
Yeah, no, not just a ritual in the woods next to a river.
Yep.
Dude.
Yeah. So,
checks all boxes for location.
According to police reports, Brad Holder told his ex-wife, Amber Holder, that Westfall and his people killed Abigail Williams and Liberty German because one of their mothers was mixing with other people outside the mother's race. Furthermore, Unified Command was aware that Brad Holder had told Amber that I can only protect you so much if you keep asking questions. Brad Holder further told his ex-wife Amber that Patrick Westfall had many people backing him, backing Westfall up, that Westfall also had powerful friends. Liggett knew this info for more than 3 years before Liggett saw a search warrant for Richard Allen's house, yet Liggett never shared the info with the judge. So, they never even sought this out. They never investigated any of this. They took these statements from the sisters of Elvis and the ex-wife of Holder and did nothing with it. Didn't try to verify it other than a lie detector test. Didn't go to neighbors.
That's a pretty good verification, if I'm
honest. But then they didn't do anything with it.
Right, but okay, one thing that you got to remember in any case is that you have multiple law enforcement agencies that are involved, and I think that's something that a lot of people forget, that, look, you have a boss, a leader, and an agency at all these different locations. They're all being driven, guided, and worked at different places in different ways, getting different suggestions, different leadership, all these different things, and they have to try and find a way to best work together. Okay. Mm-hmm. Now, what information came out while the FBI was involved? What information came out and or got hidden once the FBI was away? And any of those details, because I think those things matter. Of what law enforcement agency is managing this.
Yeah, it does matter. And I feel like the FBI, according to this, was on to this, and then it got screwed up by the local.
I mean, maybe if they were onto it, don't you think they would have pursued it?
I don't know. I mean, according to that, I forget who said it, that an FBI agent was murdered. So I don't know. Maybe
that
was
after
they pulled out.
Yeah.
She said Amanda said her boyfriend said I explained her voice well. Okay.
Yeah.
That's funny.
That is funny.
What? Okay. Anyway. So then there's Johnny Messer, who was supposedly the recruiter for the Odinists. I think that's the one we're on, right? Johnny Messer. Okay, told police, Johnny's ex-girlfriend, Taylor Hornaday, told police that Johnny Messer and Patrick Westfall were like brothers. Was that up here? Yes. Okay, so he was from Rushville. He was a recruiter for the Odinists. And was the connective tissue between the Odinists from Delphi which is Brad Holder and Patrick Westfall, and the suspects from the Rushville area, which are Elvis Fields and Rod Abrams.
Okay, so
Delphi is
wait.
126 miles from Rushville.
So my next question is, how do they know this?
Okay. Law enforcement knew that Johnny Messer was friends with Brad Holder and Patrick Westfall. Law enforcement also knew Messer was acquaintances with Elvis Fields and Rod Abrams. Unified Command theoretically could claim, and actually appear to be claiming, that this connection is simply a bizarre coincidence. However, Unified Command not only knew that Elvis and Rod Abrams and Brad Holder and Patrick shared a common acquaintance, Johnny Messer, and they followed him on Facebook.
You know what this reminds me of?
What?
Is this here? Hang on. So where is... the video of the cops that broke into those two black men's apartment
in Mississippi,
and beat them up. It makes me want to look into any of those connections there too. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's in Mississippi.
Yeah, I was just trying to find out where that was. So where that video is.
The original one?
Yeah.
I mean, that's way far back.
Yeah. I think it was kind of way far back, but I don't know. Maybe we lost it when we got rid of all the non-true crime related stuff. But anyways, there was these two black men that they got broken into. And they got broken into by 4 or 5 white officers. Do you remember what?
Huh?
Was it 4 or 5 white officers?
Involved in what?
That crime with the 2 black
Mississippi
men. Yeah.
It was 6, I thought.
Okay, so 6 white officers broke into these 2 black men's home, and
it was Eddie Parker's home, and Eddie Parker and somebody else. I forgot the other name.
And it was confirmed that they were a gang member, part of a gang, a group of people that was also in law enforcement. So when I'm looking at some of this, if there are some kind of connections in law enforcement and criminal activity, and we're seeing it in multiple different states, then could this be spread into other areas? Because of some, like, a lot of these things that we see are reactions of major social change that's going on, right? And for the last decade and a half, we had what is that group that that started the riots? I'm drawing a blank. I'm having an ADHD brain.
It was you talking about in Charlottesville?
Yeah, I think so.
Where they were going to tear down the Confederate statue?
Yeah. Do you remember? Shit. I don't remember, but we have these.
QAnon?
No.
No, it wasn't QAnon.
Wrong side. No, yeah. But so these major social situations happen that will motivate the opposing faction, right? And that opposing faction that has to deal with some of that civil unrest that's caused by those groups and factions.
Proud Boys?
No, you're thinking of the wrong side.
Oh, it's the other side?
Yep.
Antifa?
So, no.
Never mind.
So they'll have a response, a reaction to these things because they had to deal with them, and that could provoke and promote some sort of racist faction to at least have a wedge in the door in their life. You know what I mean? And I think that's where we could see some of this getting drummed up, because you have police officers who are scared for their jobs, rightfully so, if they're not doing their job safely and fair, you know?
It's true, J. Ray. You are. I like it though. So why do you think they've waited so long to bring it up that has something to do with Odinism? I don't think that law enforcement ever was going to bring it up. I think it's coming to light clearly because this case is going to go to trial, and the defense is bringing it up now because they've collected all the evidence, which they talk about in the memorandum. I will link the link to this document on the memorandum in Discord, our Discord, if you guys want to check it out and read it yourself. But they're bringing it up like they didn't even tell Richard Allen that they suspected all of this at first. Like they kept it from him because they didn't want to alert the corrections officers or anybody else. Like they actually kept it from their client.
No way.
Yeah. So
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So this isn't a Richard Allen topic?
Huh?
So this isn't brought up by Richard Allen?
No, it was not.
Huh.
It was brought up by the defense. They looked over all the discovery. All of this comes from the discovery provided to them by the state. And them deposing officers and stuff after the fact to get down to the bottom of it.
Jeez.
And they went and talked to that guy in Georgia who was like the web sleuth that found all that stuff on Holder. Yeah, I know, it's crazy. So Johnny's ex-girlfriend, okay, remember, this is the recruiter that supposedly connects the guys from Rushville and the guys from Delphi, which is Brad Holder, and I forget the other guy's name at this point. So Johnny's ex-girlfriend, Taylor Hornday, told police that Johnny Messer and Patrick Westfall is the other one from Delphi, that was Brad Holder's friend, were like brothers. She also told police that she had allowed Johnny to borrow her car on or around Valentine's Day 2017, and that Johnny drove her car up there to hang with his Vinlander friends. When he returned her vehicle, it had dried blood over one side of it. Johnny Messer refused to discuss the details of how the blood got there. Johnny Messer's ex-girlfriend further stated it took her several car washes to get the blood off.
Jeez. And yeah, Cynthia, you just said that of the affiliation in the lodge. I'm sure there are a lot of different factions out there that do have that affiliation, and it being more of a political thing and a brotherhood, like a fraternity. But I also think that there are racist factions out there. Absolutely. And I 100% believe this is one of them. And the connections that you see in like Drip Drops video and things like that, it seems to me, based on what I'm seeing, that it is race driven, at least somewhat. Maybe it's not only that, maybe that's a small portion of it, but there is absolutely a factor of it being race driven. And that's where you see like the fundamental beliefs of the, what's it called again? Asatru. The fundamental beliefs of Asatru, where you worship all those gods, get manipulated. And I actually think you could be an Odinist without being racist. Obviously, I think that an Odinist can just believe in Odin as their god and pray or worship or do whatever to Odin without the racism. You just have to believe that Odin is your god, right? But then we see a lot of Odinists that believe, and my best guess is because Odin is drawn as white, that's why you get racism attracted to it. That's my best guess, which is insane, so ridiculous. But
well, I think it could also.
We just had a follower on Twitch. What is going on? We appreciate that and welcome.
Yeah. So I also think that it's probably because like the Nordics are considered like, I think like the original white race, you know, like they're the whitest of the white.
Yeah. I mean, maybe, but the thing is, if you have any knowledge into the Vikings, you know they weren't racist. So it takes a tiny bit of research to understand that
they were super open.
They were open about everything, literally open about everything. They let all different types of people there and become Vikings once you paid your dues and became a member of their society, which you did have to prove that you could be a member of society and you were trusted and you paid your dues and all those good things. They were super open about sex. They were super open about literally everything. And it was not race driven, even though a lot of people, for whatever reason, believe that there was some kind of racist factor to it.
So I don't think this was accidentally released. And I mean, it could be. So lawyers can't just straight up lie. They risk perjury. They risk being disbarred if they lie. And this, if say the twigs weren't in these formations, like if none of this was true, then they wouldn't be able to just blatantly say it this way without getting in big, big trouble.
Yes.
This information doesn't even come from their own independent investigation. This is from depositions. This is from discovery from the state.
Yeah. No, I think that it was a technique to let this out. I do.
Yeah, I think it was definitely it was tactful. Like they did it. They did it with intention, obviously. Now, that intention probably is to manipulate the facts in some way, to make their client look innocent. Like, why wouldn't they do that? Wait, what? What? I'm listening.
Yeah, it definitely is and could be dark.
Cynthia, Malia, I don't understand why not having the professor's name would matter to their investigation. People call an anonymous crime tips all the time. So they need
because it's an expert witness. That's why.
It's an expert witness, and they can't find out who it is. And that is the defining factor of why they turned away from this theory of how this crime happened, because originally they were looking into it. They were like, okay, this has some weird similarities to Odinism, so we need to look into it. They supposedly take this evidence to an expert witness, and he's like, nope, there's no relation at all. So they turn away from it and believe it's a single guy that did this. And then that's eventually what leads to Richard Allen. And so the defense is like, can we talk to this professor? Sure. Well, we don't know who he is.
Yeah. Which brings up the concern with, look, they didn't come out and say that this person was made up. They just came out and said that they can't find this person. I think that the general public is connecting dots, that there could be a possibility that this person was made up, that this expert witness that said, hey, this is what's going on with Odinism, told them, that made them believe they needed to redirect their investigation, can't be found.
Right. So did they make it up to discredit this idea of Odinism so it couldn't be connected to their homies?
Correct.
Okay. Correct. That they're in bed with.
Yes.
Allegedly. And yeah, Cynthia, that is one of the biggest problems of our era in this internet age, is what is the truth anymore? I don't know. So Messer's ex-girlfriend told law enforcement that Brad Holder and Johnny Messer were
you're right, Kaylee, or Callie, but it.
Yes, I think you're right. Yeah, no, if that's what you meant, sorry if I misrepresented what you meant, but yeah, I think you're right. For sure.
For us, the truth is the truth. And I am somebody who believes that our justice system should be transparent. We should be able to have full access to it. Our justice system was created with the idea that we're in a town square and we get to judge our fellow citizens or whatever. And our current justice system hasn't been leaning in that direction. So I think more transparency, more clarity would make a lot of hype go away, or at least let the rest of society and public in and hold our law enforcement and justice actors accountable. And it's important. I think it's important.
I don't think you should feel guilty as a Christian listening to this. It doesn't mean you believe any of it. I mean,
yeah.
you're looking into a true crime case. I mean, I wouldn't feel guilty at all.
No. And it also,
Learning is great.
Yeah, this information doesn't make Christianity not true. So I would think that you're good. And I know Christianity really well, and I don't think it affects anything.
And yes, Ian, exactly. Yep. Super important for them to be able to verify his credentials. Okay, J Ray, let me know if you remember. Yeah, the 13th thing is weird.
Yep.
Super
the obsession
weird.
with 3, the girls, 13. One of them was 13. The other was not.
And they were ended on the 13th.
I'm pretty sure it was 12 and 13, not 13 and 14 though. But let me triple check.
Okay. So, the ex-girlfriend said that Brad and Johnny were 2 of the most violent people she knew and were fully capable of having been involved in these murders. His ex-girlfriend...
I'm wrong. It's 14 and 13.
Okay.
I'm wrong.
Cynthia said both 13. Did one just turn 14 or something? Johnny Messer's ex-girlfriend further stated that a motive for their involvement in the murder of Abby and Libby might be the concept of blood in and blood out, which means social acceptance into their secret circles. Does that mean like when you get jumped into a gang type thing?
Yeah, I would think so. But are they trying to say that this crime is that? Is that what they're saying?
That's what Johnny Messer's ex-girlfriend thought could be a motive for Brad Holder and Johnny Messer to be involved in this. The concept of blood in and blood out, which means social acceptance into their secret circles.
So wouldn't that be interesting that all these crimes, you guys, and all of you watching, how many different crimes have we covered that happened on the 13th? Could it be that you have to do a certain crime on the 13th in order to prove that you should be led into this cult?
Oh my gosh.
And that's why you have all these crimes that aren't connected, but are on certain factors like date, age, things like that, that actually are connected, but by a belief system with different suspects. I think that could be possible, but that would be wild stuff, you guys. Talk about a conspiracy, man. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Ian. I think credentials are super important, just being able to verify who the person is and why they should even be an expert.
Oh, absolutely. Otherwise, we could claim expert, you know?
Yeah. And we literally claim the opposite. That's nice of you, Cynthia.
The only thing I know is that I know nothing.
And it's important to understand the world around us and what other people are believing, you know, what other people are buying into. Which is interesting because, you know, Miss Ma'am and Cynthia, a lot of these people who are now claiming this Odinism they were Christian beforehand. They were like white nationalist Christians, like conservative Christians beforehand.
Which is, I wonder what.
Odd, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Super strange.
I found demographics
you could go
on it.
From that to this, you know, you're not going to find any Christians out there that are going to try promoting.
Lindsay, what if they're initiating his son Logan because he was hanging out with her beforehand?
Really?
Yeah, Brad Holder's son was dating Abby or hanging out with her.
Yeah.
This one, the one who dated one of the girls, I swear I saw a kid on one of Brad's pics. Yes. Logan was, dating her. What?
Yes.
I didn't even think about that. That's a good call out, Lindsay.
That is. That's super interesting.
February 14th is when they found the girls. February 13th is when it actually happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Scary details, you
Yes,
guys. And
Miss
then
Ma'am.
with this too, right? So
Oh, sorry. I see it as intentional disregard too, Tabitha. I see it the same, man.
this here, you know, this is what we looked at the other day for the Northwest slasher that we dubbed, right? So 13 13 13 3 3 3. What
Why
else?
are you clicking? It's making it. Is it making it go in and out for everybody?
I don't know. 13-year-old boy around 3 a.m. on October 13th.
Zoom in one. Yeah, like that. Do that. Yeah, good.
There's too many factors here, you guys. There are way too many factors.
So everything in red
If
is what
Kami-
is the same.
Yep.
Everything in red is what is the same.
If you're new here, yes. If you're new here and you haven't watched the Northwest slasher video, you guys, you should totally check it out. It is so interesting right here. So interesting.
Yeah, it says Idaho4, the Northwest slasher.
Yes.
And it's from 3 days ago, and it's all about this chart that Brendan made that he has pulled up. Where'd it go? Okay.
Right here.
And it's all the similarities between these 3 killings in the Northwest that all happened a year apart, 2020, 2021, 2022, all on the 13th, around 3 a.m. with a long, sharp-edged weapon.
Yep.
It's absolutely crazy, the similarities.
It is.
And Ian, one of our members, the prisoner of the chat, as you may have seen, he found those statistics on knife murders, and it's super rare, you guys.
It is very rare.
So the fact that there's so many similarities in these cases is kind of crazy.
It is. And what's interesting too is that is one day before Drip Drop came out with his Cult of Odin, which was referencing the connection of 3s and 13s. So that's what we were saying when the universe just kind of fell together. That is it. That's what we were talking about. Wild stuff, man. Wild.
Yeah.
Could each of those cases been an initiation?
Maybe.
The Julie Ray case is really sad.
Yeah.
So sad.
Yeah.
I am blown away that the mom got charged and convicted. Luckily she got out and had attorney and help and a bunch of people behind her that fought to get her out. And Tommy Lee Sells, the child serial dude, ended up admitting and getting her out. But gosh, imagine losing a child and then being convicted
when you're innocent. I know, it's horrible.
Oh my gosh.
So Michael, also that case, one of our viewers in here that's in the chat, he was in here earlier, Mike Applegate, he actually knew her.
Yeah.
Which is kind of wild. He's the one who told us about that case because of the 13s. The boy was 13. It was on the 13th. But what is a Dropbox account? That is kind of like a Google Drive. It's like a cloud.
Yeah.
It's just a cloud. You can get like the Dropbox app on your phone and save files, pictures, things like that.
And I agree, Cynthia. I think there is a lot more to this also that, we looked at the business named Odin's Den. That's not a coincidence. There's no way. Then we see some of the tattoo work, and there is image after image after image after image of runes, of symbols, of pictures that reference Odin or that belief system. There is too much going on there. The only thing right now that would really make me feel like Richard Allen is the guy is, can we find evidence that Richard Allen was involved in Odinism in some way? And if we can find that, I'm still confident maybe we have the right guy. But if we can't find that, then I am not confident of that. I do not believe that someone could just walk up on this crime scene and be like, oh, look, someone did all the hard work for me. Now I just need to put sticks out in a runic fashion. Like, ugh, that does not seem likely.
Yeah, J-Ray. So no, Brad Holder's son was not catfishing the girls. What Cynthia said is what's correct. The Chumley looking dude that was convicted of CP. I forget his name.
Here, I'll find it real quick.
But he is the one that was catfishing them. And I think he was trying to lure them out is what he was trying to do.
He was looking for, or the things he was saying was super suspect, like really, really, really suspect here. This guy, Chumley.
His name isn't Chumley, is it?
No.
The Chumley looking dude. No. I don't know why you said, I thought you said Chumley like his name.
No, because Cynthia said it, and it's super funny because he does remind me of Chumley with the.
What is his name though?
I don't know. Let me see. Hopefully
I forgot his name
on here.
Yeah. Perez Hilton. Keegan Kline. That's it.
Keegan Kline. Bam. Right there.
And look at the dude he was catfishing them with, man.
Right.
And look at him. That's so scary.
Yeah.
All right, go back to the memorandum so we can like.
If you're into washboard stomachs.
Where is it?
There we go.
Oh, don't worry about it, Miss Ma'am. It's all right. We can go over it more also tomorrow too. Yeah, Chumley, that was mean.
That was mean, but kind of funny. And I wasn't even talking about like putting him down for his weight. He literally looks like the dude.
Yeah.
He seriously looks like him from that show. What's that show?
I don't remember.
The pawn shop show.
I don't remember. His name was Chumley?
Yeah, he had the same
Pawn
beard.
Stars?
I think so. He had the same beard and he wore his hair.
He does look like him. He does look like him. Yeah, that is also a weird fact, Tabitha, is that a few days before Abby and Libby's murder, there were 4 girls in a house fire, and the house was set on fire on purpose. It was an arson case.
No way.
4 little children. 4 little children.
We're going to have to research that and do it on the...
Yes,
oh,
thank you.
A bunch of people said Pawn Stars.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Keegan Kline is the correct one. But we need to do a deep dive into that crime with this. We have to. And, you know, maybe that'll be my next obsession, kind of like the Northwest Slasher. And we will look into some of those details with that. Because with a fire, could there have been some kind of runic connection there? And they burned it.
Yes, Cynthia, it might be. Might be a red herring.
Yeah, it might be. But here's the thing, though. That's what I thought right away. I was like, no way is this possible. This has to be a defense tactic. And but when I went looking, I proved myself wrong with all those tattoos we looked at earlier, with the tattoo shop name.
It's a thing.
It's a thing there. It is a thing. People are literally naming businesses over after that, right? And yes, I know that business is spelled O-D-E-N, but dude, look at the tattoos, you know?
So yeah, Lindsay, it was next cut is what the cause of death was. The bullet was never fired. It was just discharged from the gun, which from everything I'm learning about that, the science on that is super shaky, being able to do ballistics. Guns are made in like factories now, and they're all made very, very similarly. There's not as many defects that would make it like as unique as it once was to be able to do like ballistics in the way that it was done as like as good as a fingerprint. It's not as good as a fingerprint anymore.
Well,
and especially with a gun that has not been fired
yes,
through a barrel,
that's what I was gonna
it's
say.
definitely not as good.
Yeah, so when you get ballistics, you guys, it's from the round, okay? You have the bullet, which is the head of it, and then you have the shell, which is the bottom 90%, 80% of the full bullet, the full round that's going in the gun. Now, when it gets shot, you get the ballistics detailing on the actual bullet itself while it's traveling down the barrel from the inside of the barrel. Most barrels will have something in there, whether it's like a rifling type pattern, a twist, or it's it has buildup and it's been altered a little bit from firing, but that pattern is a repeatable pattern that will be put on bullets that you can load up in a computer system, draw connections, and look at this bullet and that bullet, and they'll have similar patterns from the barrel.
Yeah, you're correct, Michael Little. That's right.
Yeah, the markings.
Yeah, that's interesting. You know a lot of people with these tattoos, Cynthia? Interesting. Okay. So, Messer's ex-girlfriend had been allegedly recording Johnny Messer's phone calls. Police secured the phone and listened to 3 phone calls involving Johnny Messer. 2 of the phone calls, Messer was offering money to other people to find someone so they can be injured or killed. The third call involves Messer bragging about holding a subject hostage and shooting them at his house.
Whoa.
Essentially, Unified Command said nothing to see here regarding Johnny Messer and issued no search warrants for his home. Oh, thank you so much, Callie.
Yeah, we appreciate
It says
that.
keep it up, and it's a pair working out.
That's
cute.
awesome. That's super awesome. We appreciate that.
Yep.
Thank you.
So, the correctional officers.
Right.
So, Sergeant Robinson and Sergeant Jones, the Westfield correction officers, boldly wore patches on their department corrections
Dude.
uniforms that proclaimed "In Odin We Trust," along with another patch displaying symbols of Odinism, which was the interlocking triangles with the flag. And at the bottom of this memorandum, they actually give pictures of it. And there was another one that said, "I hate people." We need to remember what page we're on. 20. Go all the way to the bottom. Go back. It's like, I think it's like maybe actually like 3/4 of the way.
Hang on, there we go. All right, so those are them right there. And imagine an officer wearing that on their uniform.
And
You
Odin,
guys,
and Odin
what?
we trust.
What
And
is going on here?
It said they can be purchased on Etsy.
Yeah.
And I hate people. Okay.
That on an official uniform.
Okay, so that's talking about the sketches, because there's also discrepancy with the witnesses that said they saw like a guy in a blue coat.
Yeah,
They didn't. They saw a guy in a tan coat, and like the actual sketches of the people. There's a lot of discrepancies there that they say were withheld.
I want to see what they have on his computer too. I agree. Now, isn't the defense claiming there's no connection from any of his computers, phones, or anything like that?
Yeah, they're saying there's nothing.
Right.
There's no connection.
Which is, gosh.
Okay, so
it's not allowed, Amanda. There's no way. You can't have your official Department of Corrections uniform and wear a badge that says "I hate people" and Odin. What are we talking about? Like, oh, it's so mind-blowing. So mind-blowing. And since this has come out, they've removed them. What if both of the mugshots are 2 people? two separate people, so they're both right. Yeah, that's what we covered, Cynthia, in the video. And they did really good, Mob Crew. We gave them a shout out and everything on the video, but the drip marks, gosh, that is interesting.
Wait, who owned the property they were found on, guys? I forget that guy's name.
The one that died recently? The one that died recently?
Yeah, Cynthia. Yeah, did you tell Cynthia the picture that we used was from Mob Crew?
Yes.
Of the blood. Okay,
yes.
that's what I thought
absolutely.
you just said. Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
And they did great work on that.
Yeah, they sure did. We gave them a shout out on the video too. Oh, they have a recreation of the crime scene too.
So
that's awesome.
There's an app now. Actually, it's been around for a while, of the bridge, and it's like you can almost play it, the crime scene, like a video game.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And people have been trying to use it to like solve it.
Jeez.
R.A. Richard Allen. What about the other guy that had the tan jacket, almost the exact same?
Yeah, that's a good call out, J Ray, that he would have had 6 years to get rid of stuff, but that's with the assumption that he knows what he's doing on a computer. That's a pretty big assumption. Not everybody knows what they're doing on a computer, knows how to actually delete things from a computer. Because so with the technology that the FBI now has, when you hit delete, you guys, when you pull a file from your computer, anywhere in your computer, and you put it in the trash and you hit delete and you go into that other version, there's another version after that, like with the hardware, you can go in and to delete it. The FBI can still recover that. They can still recover that now. You have to purchase this one software that, so the best thing to okay, so you see this text right here on the screen. This is what a computer saving looks like. There's like a hardware disk in there, and it puts everything you're doing in code on that, and it will rewrite that over and over and over and over again. But with the right technology, you can still pull that information out. They have this software that you download that rewrites something like 1,000 times. So it fills up your hardware and then deletes it, fills it up, deletes it, fills it up, deletes it like 1,000 times, and it will totally remove anything that would have been on that. But you got to know about that to know. You can't just delete something. The FBI would have found it. It's interesting, I think.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is intense, Amanda. It is intense. And thank you, Kaylee or Callie. I don't know if you told us how to pronounce your name. Thank you, Cynthia. Ian. 5 out of context clips. That sounds like a lot.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see. You need to join Discord, Amanda. He posts them to Discord so everyone can see.
Join the Discord.
Yeah.
Here, I'll post the
that
invite.
way we can chat more.
Hang on.
Why, Malia? What? What, J-Ray?
Whoa, you turn this up.
What? Oh, the sensitivity? Oh, Callie. Okay, your name's Callie. Got it. I had a cat named Callie once.
Yeah.
She got sick of me and ran away.
No way.
Actually, she got sick of another cat that I got. and she ran away.
Yeah, absolutely. No, we're posting that link for anyone to join. Please do. Absolutely.
Good night, J. Ray.
We appreciate that, Gio. Thank you. We will keep doing our best to continue doing good work. And man, our goal, you guys, for all of you that support us with the memberships and the stickers and the Patreon, which we're working on making better. I promise we are slowly getting that to where we want it to be. I actually, and I'll tell you the story after, but our goal is to get to full time so we can do this more regularly, be able to offer live content at different times during the day, because we had people that are on the East Coast that have said, man, I wish you guys did it at an earlier time. And we really want to. That's the goal. But and any of you guys helping and watching and supporting, we appreciate you so much for that. But just recently, I tried to connect our podcast, because we're on every podcast provider. We're on Amazon, we're on Spotify, we're on Apple, we're on all of them. If there's one out there, we're on it. I was trying to link it with our Patreon, and I ruined it, man. And it took the podcast off of everything. So I think people that were following us on these podcast platforms have been removed, because our podcast on Apple got removed, and that's where we had the most of our viewers and followers. So if you guys get a second, hop on one of those, rate us, give us, your honest feedback, good review, because that always helps too, get the podcast out there further. So yeah,
Amanda,
it made me so mad I did that.
Amanda, you have to download the Discord app and then create your profile, and then you just are gonna click on our Discord invite link, which I can email it to you if that's easier for you. I can just reply to your email with the Discord link, so that after you download it, you just click on it.
Yes.
Good night, J. Ray. Talk to you later.
Let's cover a few other things,
so I just wanted to read this because I thought this was really intense. So
okay.
And then we can wrap it up, and then we can, go over other details, next time we talk about this case.
Chicago.
Yeah, we're Chicago time. Central. That's right, Callie. And it wasn't Callie like Calico. She wasn't a calico. She was an orange cat. I don't know. I don't even remember why I named her Callie. Okay. When interviewed a second time, Amber, this is Brad Holder's ex-wife, discussed another conversation she had with Brad Holder. And this is more in depth of what we were talking about earlier. While the children were upstairs, she inquired about Patrick Westfall. Under the ruse that Amber's girlfriend had a date with Patrick. So one of her friends had a date with him. This is what is contained of page 10 of the Odin report. Brad became very nervous and told her that she needed to stay away from Westfall or she would end up dead. She said that Brad told her Westfall and his crew were responsible for the murders of the girls in Delphi, and a fire that killed 2 girls. Remember when I said interesting, Tabitha? I don't know why he says 2. That was 4 girls. Oh, I asked her if she knew of the fires in Flora that killed 4 girls, and she said she was not familiar with any fires that killed any children until Brad mentioned it today. She said Brad may have been talking about the fire, but had the number of killed wrong. She said Brad told her that Westfall and his crew had friends in several states, and they have no problem killing race traitors. I asked her to clarify race traitor, and she said she believed it meant white people who mix with other races. Amber said that Brad told her that Westfall belonged to a group called the Vinlanders and 22. Brad told her that Westfall had many people backing him up and powerful friends. She said that Brad was very nervous while telling her these things and was whispering like he was fearful someone else would hear him. She said that throughout the conversation, Brad was constantly telling her to stay away from Westfall. He also told her that Patrick had killed a lot of people and it didn't matter if they were innocent or not. Amber truly believes Brad is scared of Westfall. Prior to Amber leaving, she said that Brad told her to stay off Westfall's radar, and I can only protect you so much if you keep asking questions. He also told her that if Westfall found out she was married to him, that she would be in danger. Brad also questioned her on why Westfall would be going on a date, that he was under the impression that Westfall was married or engaged to someone.
Whoa.
Told you. Insane.
Yeah. What's the importance of V? So they're Vinlanders and 22. So that was strange because their obsession is with 3, but V is the 22nd letter. And for most people that don't know, 88, like people like to correlate letters with things, you know. And 88 is known for, like, you know, Heil. You guys got it? Like Heil, you know. So I was just thinking 22 is V, right? Vinlanders, V. And what's interesting is I remember one of those tattoos we looked at had a 33-2 on it.
Oh.
Like an importance of 2 for 22, but 3 for, you know what I mean? I'm stretching here. Understand, I'm stretching here, you guys. But I'm just trying to make connections that could end up seeming legitimate. So strange.
Look.
What?
It talks about the rune on his hand. Showing off
the Hegel rune?
A rune that was inked onto his hand, not a tattoo, but likely from an ink pen, proudly showing off in the same rune that the killers laid on Abby's body using sticks. The image was posted approximately 52 days after the murder. The public had no idea what the crime scene looked like, and Abby had sticks placed on her body like a Hegel rune. Like a Hegel rune.
So they think it's the Hegel rune. Here, let's pull that up.
Yeah.
Hegel.
I don't know. Vinlanders are also Norwegians. Interesting, Michael. That's the asterisk one.
Yeah.
But
whoa,
see,
look, this looks a little
This
different.
is what I've seen called the Hegel rune right here.
This one?
Yeah. But I've also seen the asterisk called that.
Hagel's rune, meaning?
Hail. That's why people are saying it means Hail Odin.
Ah. Okay. Or Hela? No way. That's like a northern
God.
Cali thing.
That's the god.
That's hella cool.
Energy is feminine?
I guess.
Okay.
Aquarius, water, black, Hela.
What does all that even mean?
H.
How can it be Aquarius astrology? Do you guys?
It's a representation of so the Hagelas is a rune of destruction, of a full stop, and karmic debts. It is also the rune of natural causes and disasters, hence the name Hail. For this reason, the energy of the elements has a strong influence on this rune. It is the rune of darkness and death. Often, the events associated with this rune are due to external influences and completely out of the control of a person. And there's that. Look. This is interesting.
And it's the sun, like Helio?
So Fehu, Veneer gods, green, earth, Aries, feminine, upper respiratory system, joints and bones, cattle, wealth, abundance. Pronounced Fehu, 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 Fu, Fa, Fi, Fi, Fo, Op, F, If, Op, Oof. The main message of Rune Fehu is acquiring of something new or a consolidation of resources already in your possession. This does not only apply to finances or monetary possessions, but to any area of life you are inquiring about, be in love, life, or health matters. But the answer it gives will always be connected to the material world, and decisions made will clear the mind rather than the heart. Modern meaning of Fehu is prosperity, money, and property. It is the rune of creation and destruction, energy and fertility. It is the true rune of abundance through effort and perseverance. It will not tolerate lazy and reckless behavior as well as greed. Wow.
Can you paste the Discord link in the chat again real quick?
Yeah.
You should be able to just hit paste again. It should still be copied, right? Just
what?
Paste. There's the Discord invite link again if you missed it. Good night, J Ray. Again. Yeah, Cynthia, I think that it's clearly, I mean, it's been taken over by these people, but this is something that isn't actually new. This has been going on for many years, and it runs deep in some of these communities.
Yeah, so, and I think where how I look at it is, if it's important to the suspect, then it should be important to us, at least to get an understanding of where they were, why they were, how they were, and things like that. But absolutely, if we're looking into like this, obviously this doesn't have anything to do with the crime, but it does help me understand how dangerous a criminal group or faction of these people could end up being. I mean, if what the defense is saying is true, we have now confirmation based on that his ex-wife who got what's it called? The test, truth. What's it called? I'm having ADHD brain for the test that she was hooked up to.
A lie detector?
She had lie detector tested, and they proved that what she was saying was true, was real, and that's multiple people all engaged in criminal murderous acts. That's terrifying. That's terrifying.
The only reason I don't think we're looking too deep is we're trying to figure out what their purpose was, like to see if there's any legitimacy to the fact that people who claim Odinist did this. I mean, that they did this. I don't care if what they did was real or up to par with like real religions. I don't care about that. I care about what they believe, and if this is legitimate that they could have done this, or if this is all BS and Richard Allen's the guy.
And who knows what their rituals might look like too. Their rituals might be all messed up and sloppy because they're already disaster and have issues because they're focused around race. It's just a cover for racism.
Yeah.
You know, this belief system was never racist.
I hate picking usernames too, Amanda. Hate it. It got to be easy for me because I just got to put Malia_ThoughtRiot. Like, yay, because I hate picking usernames. Yeah, maybe they're drunk too off all that mead.
Right. What?
I mean, yeah, I'm sure they are sloppy. I mean, I'm sure they are, but clearly they're not that sloppy because they haven't got caught.
Why are these two together?
I know. Always? I told you. Both of them are called Hegel for some reason. I don't know why. I don't get it.
Yeah, why are these together?
I know. Trust me, I know. And it means hail, though. Like, that is the meaning of it, is like hail. That picture that we put up, that's the definition of that rune, is hail. It says limits, upheavals, risks, delays, shadows. The reverse, like what it's against, is disruptive forces, negative payoffs. I don't understand all of it, but I'm going to keep looking into it.
Oh, the Hegel rune is stacked, right? Is that what it's saying?
No.
Yeah, all this equals this.
Oh.
That's what it's saying.
Oh. So what does that say?
Arahari?
Arahari?
Yeah, Arahari.
Okay, visit that website. Agnostic Studies. The previous designation that Hegel equals Hale was senseless. Too little attention was paid to the fact that something
binding, connecting. To assume the meaning of this rune to be Hale, as in projectiles of the Valkyries, may be poetic, but is very far-fetched. So what has the Hakel rune do with fire worship? Very much. The depicted consecrated altar shows the two logs fastened with cords. This symbolizes the rotation cords as well as the connection with the Trinity of the Godhead.
Godhead. Godhead?
Gotit?
No.
The connection line is often doubled in the rune. As the rule, it is two parallel altar woods that appear connected. Exceptionally, we also see crossed woods united by a vertical line. Interesting.
Yeah, the tattoo with the woman's face, and we had counted 9 trees in the picture. I saw an F in that one. Yeah, he saw it too. He saw it too.
Agreed. I also think it's strange that there's 2 trees that were like not part of the ones in the front. Could those trees be a representation of how many people they have in their group?
So what does this mean? What does the rune mean then?
By means of partial contraction and reversal of these rune sounds, we receive a word. This word speaks out the name of the highest God, Arahari. If we add still another rune, then we get the runic image of the monogram of Christ. This symbol is composed of the X cross, which means the world or universe, and the Pard rune of the rune of the sun, which is the half of Bar rune, the mother rune.
What?
There's obviously some kind of like meaning behind this.
So then is it even a rune at that point? If it's like pieces of something?
Don't know. This is interesting. What?
Yeah. Kind of looks like a swastika.
And the tree of life.
Okay, save this link.
Yeah.
So I can read it and process it later.
Full body rune exercise. Wow. Oh.
Yeah.
How was she found?
Yeah, that's I remember what tattoo you're talking about.
Oh, the body could mean a rune?
Oh.
No way.
Okay, what were the positions of the girls' bodies again? Here, let me pull it up.
One leg.
One of them had one arm up and one arm down, and then one was like this.
But what's it like? Okay,
like this?
So rigor mortis tightens normally the arms to where they can.
Oh, one up would be or that.
Yeah.
That cross.
One up and one down. Yeah, I don't know.
So it'd be E.
Yeah, the Hanged Man on the magic on tarot cards. Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. That it does look like that.
It absolutely does.
Abby does. Abby looks like that.
Yep.
Which also looks like Odin hung from the Tree of Worlds.
Yep. Here, Odin hung from Tree of Life.
I think you still had that one. it's from what I'm reading, it's not this one is the good one.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Odin hung from the tree
And
of
then
life.
go to the hanged man too. You had that pulled up. Where'd it go? Oh, did you? Okay. Are you? Did you share the tab?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just not this one.
It's the same. Their legs are bent. One leg is bent. One leg is forward. The only thing is his arms are tied. His arms aren't hanging.
Yep.
The way that Odin's hang.
Yep. It's so interesting too that Odin got stabbed by a spear in his ribs.
Yeah, and then had the ability to like heal and stuff.
After, yeah.
And see prophecies and everything else.
Yep. Interesting stuff, man.
Sorry, Cynthia. I know. I'm going to look more into it to try to understand it on like a personal level. So that I can know what I'm talking about. Okay, you are not blocked in the chat.
No. We've never blocked anybody.
No. Okay, so we're looking at stuff and trying to respond. We're not ignoring you. They knew they would be protected. That's why they made such a public display. The majority of LE and Carroll County are Freemasonry, and I'm sure some are Odins as well. They protect one another 100%. They knew they would be protected. That's why they made such a public display. The majority. Okay, that's the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's twice.
Yeah. No,
you're not blocked.
That's good. No. We just get sidetracked. But yeah, that's interesting stuff, you guys. It is really interesting because, again, like I explained in the very beginning of this, I came at this thinking this was totally just full of it, just a defense tactic, and
I need the keyboard.
Believing it was just a defense tactic, that there was going to be nothing to this, and I proved myself wrong. So now I'm in the headspace of, okay, so let's start making some connections locally. Is there one faction of Odinists? Are they actual Odinists, or are they just racists that use Odin in their racist pursuant beliefs? You know what I mean? What's more important to them, Odinism or racism? What?
She just said look up the magician and the hanged man.
Oh,
so
okay.
The hanged man and the magician is what she's saying.
Gotcha. Interesting.
No, I see it.
Yeah,
I see it. The magician one's got an arm up, but I want to know then what. So it looks like an upside down A and then a really long stick going through the A. What is that then?
Yeah.
Say this is the hanged man and the magician. What does it mean then?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I would be interested in in somebody coming out and covering this from an expert position.
Right. The position of the bodies is one thing. The symbol is another. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
So there could be multiple things here. The bodies meaning one thing, and then the runes on top of them.
Well, that's kind of what I've been alleging since the beginning. They're mixing Odinism with like occult type things. Like it's a mixture. It's not just one thing, which also goes towards what Cynthia's been saying, Cynthia Clough.
Yes.
And that they don't know what they're doing necessarily. They're combining all these things. And Amanda was saying that too.
Yeah.
That they're mixing magic with like other forms of magic with the
which is what
like the Odinist religion.
Which is what I was thinking is like these people are more than likely racist, and they've used a belief system to cater to the racism. not the other way around. You know what I mean?
Okay, Amanda, interesting. So an upside capital A is a satanic symbol, usually like the sharp face with horns.
Oh, interesting. Oh yeah, like the Taurus. Yay, Discord.
Yay, Amanda. So excited. Me, you, and J Ray are gonna like learn as we go. Okay, we're all in it together because I'm very lost and J Ray is very lost.
Yeah.
And then we have Ian and Brendan over here like the experts. I don't know. It's confusing.
No, definitely not. Yeah. Interesting stuff.
Oh, okay, Kay. She said she didn't think it was us. She thought it was YouTube just being dumb.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, we can
just
see
wanted
you.
wanted to make sure, you know.
Yeah, and thanks Cynthia and Ian for checking up on her too and making sure she knows that you guys can see her messages.
Yes.
That was nice of you. Okay, I'll email you. She said the invite link didn't work. Do we need to make a new one? Like, isn't there a... Do you have to make new ones, or is it always the same?
Yeah, it should.
Okay.
It should be good. Just shoot. Do we have the email?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
She sent us an email on stuff on this.
Good. Yes, that we should be all set, good to go. But I think. Oh, weird. It says report or block. That's strange.
Oh no, you're sending people to a page that says report or block us?
No, I'm not. There's only one invite. Here, I'll just...
Yeah, it's like they took stuff and made like a weird religious soup, right? Religious and occultists magic soup.
I think that they just found something that caters to their racism.
Well, essentially what I think they did is they found a religion that lets them do what they were going to do and wanted to do anyway.
Right here, right?
Yeah. You reported us and blocked us? Thanks. That's funny.
So everyone's does that? They sent them to report or block? That's super funny.
Yeah, Ian, you are good at researching for sure. You know where to find the secret things.
I'll have to update it then, because I got a new invite link.
Oh, okay, Kay. Interesting. So some people are saying the really long branch was supposed to be like center, up and down, but the way she was positioned was causing it to fall, which I have considered in my head, but not said, is I wonder if that branch moved, if it went off kilter, because one of her arms is up and one is down, which would make her body not like as flat.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's a good comment, Kay.
And then what would cause it to go? What would it look like then?
Not any of the Nordic runes.
No,
it wouldn't. It really wouldn't.
Jeez.
Not the original ones, at least.
It wouldn't be Leaf.
These are the original 24 from the Vikings. It wouldn't be any of these. None of them. Trust me, I've looked and I've looked and I've
Gosh, look.
What?
These do not belong to white supremacists. I don't see what they could be still, though. Weird. Oh, there's doubles here? Like, interesting. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure. Animals could have disturbed the position. Agreed.
Yeah, I
Agreed.
thought about that too.
Yeah.
That's a good comment.
That is. All right, you guys. I think that is it for the show tonight. This was a good one. I feel like we were able to actually like dive in and figure some things out. I mean, it's left me with a whole bunch more questions. And I think the only way we're going to be able to get some more answers in this situation is to be able to make some connections locally. Now, we found some of that local information, and we know that there is an Odinist presence there, which is huge, like massive. That was the biggest piece. That is a huge piece. I don't want to make that seem like that's small. We were able to prove 100% that they have Odinists there in that area, right? So, because if there weren't any Odinists, none of this would be true anyways. None of it, right? And now we need to start identifying and figuring out what is there a large group of Odinists, or is there a very small faction, like a business owner who names their shop over that is one of 6 people, one of 10 people. You know what I mean? Like that could be insane good evidence. Really good.
Yeah, I mean, I love that we have people in here that understands pagan stuff. I love it. You're right, Callie. It's a great thing. And I love all of you. All of you have little bits of information that help bring a picture together, which is why I really like looking into stuff on stream, because we can pull from all of our knowledge. And we take your guys' feedback and comments and
very serious.
Yeah, and it can help form a better picture.
Here, I will send the
we're in Illinois
Discord, Chicago.
But I love all of the feedback and all of your guys' info that you send. And if you guys if you find anything on this, or you want to suggest a case or anything interesting or talk, you can email us. I'll put it in the chat. If your Discord link doesn't work, you can email us and we'll send it to you.
Okay, so hang on.
I know links in the live chat are kind of wonky, okay?
VXHU.
Yeah, we do love all opinions.
Yeah, we try very hard, you guys, to stay unbiased and accept everything as very real possible potential knowledge. We love actual factual information, and sometimes the only way that you're going to be able to get to actual factual information is by knowing all possibilities, even the ones that don't make sense. Like, we want to go as tin hat can go. We want to hear and understand the mainstream storyline. A lot of times it falls somewhere in the middle of those two things. So the only way to get a good, clear understanding of that is to investigate both of them.
Yeah, and I know you didn't report us. I have looked into human hunting before, but I will again because it's been a really long time, and I found some really crazy stuff back in the day when I was looking into that, Cynthia. Something about like the Danish royal family and stuff. It was super scary. super scary. But thank you. Yeah, it has been growing, Amanda. It's awesome. I love it.
Yes, it has been amazing.
And Luke Mitchell, let me look that up really quick. Princess. I have to see a name, a face.
All right.
Okay, so it says a body of a girl was found by her 14-year-old boyfriend, Luke Mitchell. Is that it? Jody Jones, her boyfriend, Luke Mitchell.
You know what I think was going on for a while is, for some reason, I think in YouTube, you guys, there are people out there that are approach it like they're battling for subscribers or something like that. And
that's not how they should.
No, there is enough people in the world for all of us, and people like what they're gonna like. You know, we aren't gonna force our stuff on anybody. And if you guys appreciate what we're talking about, we appreciate you being here. But I think some content creators like try and mark their territory, and we got reported a few times for nothing, and it takes a while to get past that. But I mean, it shouldn't be an issue anymore. So, which is super strange because we love all content creators. If you're a content creator and you're watching us, reach out to us. Let's talk. Let's grow together. You know what I mean? And there's a lot of different ways to do things where people don't have to be negative at each other. If that makes sense.
I'm more consistent.
I'm getting tired.
I'm more consistent on YouTube than my own life, Amanda.
I'm super consistent.
Yeah, he's the most consistent person ever.
I have
it's kind of annoying, but yeah, he has to be, and it's a good thing. It's a great thing, something to admire. But awesome. Thanks for recommending that case because it looks crazy from what I'm seeing
over the internet.
From what I'm seeing online, it's really crazy. And like this case is super crazy. Yeah. I'm gonna look into it. Thanks for suggesting it, and nice to meet you too.
Yes,
I'm glad that you've had fun tonight. No, we're not. I need to knit myself a tin hat.
That, oh my gosh, that would be so funny.
Yes, 7 clips. Out of context clips. If you want to see Ian's out of context clips, join Discord.
Yeah, they are hilarious, you guys. So funny. So, all right. I think that is it. Yep. We appreciate you all for being here. This is T.R.L. Thought Riot Live, the true crime talk show. And we're all super stoked you're here with us.
Yep. Stay tuned for more.
Thank you all. We will be back here tomorrow night, and I haven't figured out what video we're going to premiere tomorrow, but we'll do one of them before we kick it off. So we will see you all then.
Have a great night.
See ya.